Good evening. I hereby call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of April 22, 2021 to order. Mayor Holstage, unfortunately, is down with a bug and will not be available to us this evening. So please bear with me as I try to chair the meeting today. Our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I invite everyone who would like to please stand and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, would you please conduct the roll call?
Councilmember Gardner.
Present.
Councilmember Coors.
Here.
Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Present.
And Mayor Holstage is absent. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next order of business are presentations, and I will begin by reading a presentation of the proclamation for National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Whereas the City of Palm Springs, with the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, acknowledges that this year's focus is on the support of victims, building trust, and engaging in our communities. Whereas victims' rights movements have resulted in the passage of laws at local, state, and federal levels that have established essential rights for victims. Whereas Crime Victims' Rights Acts passed here in California and at the federal level have provided victims with ways to participate meaningfully throughout the criminal justice process. And whereas the rights of crime victims are best protected when all participants in the criminal justice process, not only the victims, are appropriately educated about victims' rights. Whereas we must help victims access justice, assistance, and support they need to rebuild their lives. Whereas advocacy by and for victims of crime is itself a form of seeking justice and no less than justice sought in the courts. Whereas the accomplishments of the victims' rights movement, achieved through compassion and collaboration, and built on the courageous advocacy of individual victims and their families across the country, inspire in us hope for future progress and greater healing. Whereas honoring the rights of victims, including the right to be heard and to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, rebuilds their trust in the criminal justice and social service systems. Whereas we are determined to respond to crime and violence by helping victims not only support recovery and justice, but also a sense of hope for their future. Whereas the National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit to ensuring that accessible, appropriate, and trauma-informed services are offered to all victims of crime. And whereas the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, Division of Victims Services, is dedicated to guiding victims through the criminal justice system and strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in our communities and our victim service providers, and bringing hope and healing to all victims and survivors. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, by the power vested in us, do hereby proclaim the week of April 18th through 24th as Crime Victims' Rights Week, reaffirming the city's commitment to supporting the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, Division of Victim Services, and expressing our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime. Thank you. And with that, I will turn it over to our Emergency Management Coordinator, Mr. Danny DeSalms, for a COVID-19 case update.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Just a quick update on COVID cases. California has the lowest rates in the continental United States right now, which is pretty significant since we had the worst cases for a while. So it's good that we have some improvement. Last week, there was a slight swell in cases. As you can see, our daily case rate in Riverside County went from 3.6 to 4.5 cases per 100,000 per day. Public health is calling that a swell and not a spike because frankly, because it sounds less bad, and you're talking about 50 cases and not, thousands of cases. And what they're attributing this to is just a return to more things being open, and you have people that have immunity, you have people that have been vaccinated, and then you have some people that have no immunity. And it's just as things open up, a few more people are going to get sick. But as we look at the numbers for this week, they still look pretty good. So this week so far, we've only had 451 cases in Riverside County, which we're still tracking that natural lull in cases where we're not going to see any significant decreases, but we're probably not going to see any major spikes, at least hopefully. And in Palm Springs, we've only had 4 cases since Monday, which is fantastic. That's numbers that we haven't seen since last year in February and March. For testing and vaccination, the big thing on vaccination is the county is quickly approaching 1.5 million vaccines administered. So that's about a third of the county has been vaccinated. So with that said, the supply is actually outpacing the demand in the county. So for anybody that has not gotten their vaccine and wants to get it, appointments, you can still make them, but the convention center, you can just walk up and you can get vaccinated if you want to. So with that, unless there's any questions, that's all I've got, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Danny. And now we will get a COVID-19 wastewater treatment update from City Manager or Assistant City Manager Marcus Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Following along behind Danny DeSalms, again, pleased to report continuing good news on the status of the COVID virus in our wastewater stream. I wanted to point out it was last Labor Day that we had our lowest volume of the virus per liter of wastewater, around below 20,000. Again, it spiked over 2.6 million around the holidays. And you can see here we're almost to the level that we were back last Labor Day, at levels around 20,000 copies of the virus per liter. Here's a blow-up view of where we've plateaued as we came off the peak. And we hovered at around 100,000 copies of the virus per liter about 2 months ago in mid-February, and we've dropped most recently with our tests last week to levels of below 20,000. We were seeing consistent increases in COVID copies of the virus per liter on Mondays versus Tuesdays, but that changed this last week. We did see a little bit higher volume on Tuesday versus Monday, but with these numbers being as low as they are, it's not a significant issue. And again, the case numbers are very low. We are continuing to detect the mutations that are consistent in the UK variant, but the presence is really a low volume based on the numbers we're getting currently. And we will just continue to repeat that it's important that everybody continue to be vigilant and use face masks and social distancing and other measures to prevent the spread of COVID, even as we reopen our economy and get vaccinated. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, that completes my report.
All right, thank you. Our next item is a report on from our sustainability manager on our Earth Day presentations. And with that, Mr. Patrick Tallarico.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I wanted to just give you a brief update on some Earth Day activities as well as some accomplishments over the last year. So, Aaron, if I can have the slides. All right, so the first thing I wanted to mention is the National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation. And that is a friendly competition amongst cities across the country. And it's put on by the Weiland Foundation, who's dedicated to primarily education around water issues, especially saving our oceans. Next slide, please. People can go to mywaterpledge.com and fill out the pledge. Just click on the Take the Pledge button at the top of the page there and complete the pledge. And once you do that, you'll select Palm Springs, California as your location. And then if you hit the next slide, you will see this video. So, do we have sound? Aaron? Can we go to the next slide?
I'm working on that right now.
All right, can we go to the next slide? So while folks are waiting at home, if you go to mywaterpledge.com, you can actually probably fill out the survey by the time we get back to the next slide. All right, so the next slide, I just wanted to remind people, if you do go to fill out the survey, to please go to the end, and after you fill in your email address, you want to select United Way of the Desert for your charity. So just in case we do win some prizes, we want to make sure that it goes to them in the future. Next slide. The other thing I wanted to mention was that we are doing a sprinkler check week the last week of April. This is a new thing that we're trying to start. We're asking that folks, property owners, look at their sprinklers, adjust the settings to adjust the water flow, the spray, etc., and then repair or replace their sprinkler heads and other water features related to their irrigation system to save them both money and water. Next slide. We hosted a webinar today with DWA to talk about these things as well as other incentives that DWA has to offer to help people save water. You can go to dwa.org/save for more information on that. Next slide. I also wanted to mention some accomplishments over the past year. So one, of course, is the reduction in our greenhouse gas emissions related to Desert Community Energy. We sure appreciate all of those residents that signed up for and maintained the 100% carbon-free option. We've achieved over almost 93 million metric tons of reduction in our carbon. It's like taking 20,000 plus cars off the road. We've also moved towards that vision of more local and renewable energy under Desert Community Energy this year. Next slide. We also held our Earth Day related shredding event. During that event, we collected nearly 10 tons of materials that may have otherwise gone to the landfill, and a large portion of that will be recycled. Next slide. I also wanted to give a shout out to some of the neighborhood organizations. Last year, we tried to launch a neighborhood environmental challenge through 1PS organization. And I wanted to just call out the Sunrise Racquet Club, who worked with us to enhance their recycling efforts. Racquet Club Estates that is doing a memorial tree planting in Victoria Park. Andreas Hills and Los Compadres, they tied for the most number of DWA incentives implemented for both grass removal and smart irrigation. Canyon Corridor, who took advantage of the DWA nozzle incentive program. And then I also wanted to acknowledge the Desert Highland Gateway Estates community that did a community cleanup last weekend, and with the assistance of some of our folks on staff. And last slide. Just a reminder that we've got a few surveys closing to help shape the future of sustainability. So one important one, of course, I mentioned is the Water Pledge. The second one is the Residential Organics Recycling Survey. And then, of course, our pedestrian surveys that have been out there for a while. And we're going to wrap up at the end of the month. That's all I have. Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you. All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda is a presentation from the Palm Springs Hotel, formerly known as the Andaz. And with that, I'd like to call up the Hall Group.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you. I'm waiting for Don Braun to join as well. I don't see him on the screen. Oh, there he comes. Great. While he's logging in, I'm Rob Bernheimer. I represent the Hall Group here in the desert. And I want to thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and the City Council for allowing us the opportunity to present to you just a brief summary of what's happened with this hotel over time, but probably more importantly, what you want to hear is what's the timeline going forward to get this project constructed. So Don Braun is going to provide the majority of the presentation. He's the president of the Hall Group, and I'll turn it over to him in a minute. But I think you'll see when we walk through what's happened. The Hall Group took over this property about 13 months ago in March of last year. And even if it weren't for COVID, the progress that's been made over the last 13 months is tremendous. And then when you figure that we had to deal with COVID and courts being closed and all of that, to get where we are today is really a Herculean effort and a lot of money spent by the Hall Group. And we're just excited about that hotel starting construction and coming online soon. And so we know that although we've been in contact pretty regularly with staff, the community of Palm Springs really probably doesn't know what's been going on behind the scenes. And so we wanted to present this to the council and show the community the progress that we've been making. After Don's presentation, I'll just have a 30-second wrap up at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Don. You're on mute.
Let me look here. Let's see.
There you go.
All right, you good? Okay, thanks. Well, thanks, Rob. And thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and council members for the time this evening. As Rob said, a lot's been going on. We'll try to be, or will be, very respectful of your time. But we do have a lot to talk about relative to trying to bring you all up to date. So if I speed through some things, it's only an attempt to really make sure that we use our time judiciously here. I do have with me tonight Brian Martinelli, who is our Vice President of Development, and Ellen Berger, who's our Director of PR and Media Relationships. So to the extent there are questions or something that they can address, they're here with me to help that. So we've got a short presentation. I will go through that and then leave it open for questions, of course. So let's see, is that by sharing that screen or not? Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can get to the slideshow from beginning. There we go. Okay. All right. That technology issue is now good. All right. So let me just start by just telling you, one, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about us, the Hall Group. I'll tell you a little bit about what we have done to date. And I'll also then, of course, tell you what the plan is for the go forward. All right. So the Hall Group's a 53-year-old investment company. I've been with the company about 40 years. I work closely with the founder of the company and the CEO, Craig Hall, who's very involved in the business, and we work together with the rest of the team very closely. We have really three major businesses. One is a wine business, Hall Wines, which is out of Napa, California. Maybe you or some of you may be familiar with that or have encountered Hall Wines. It's a high-end Bordeaux varietal wine brand out of, as I say, Napa. And you can see one of the pictures here is the winery we developed, or one of the two wineries we developed in Napa. Secondarily, we have our real estate lending operation, which is really the genesis of how we came into ownership of this project. But on the other side of the real estate lending operation, we have our development operation. And really, as we think about our business, those two potentially work close together because, one, we use a development company to manage our real estate loans in part. And then in the event we ever come into ownership, like we have in this case, we have the development arm, which can then take over the project and move it forward from whatever we've taken forward. The pictures here really represent what we do. We are primarily in the very high-end luxury level of the businesses that we're involved in, and whether that be in the office business, the wine business, or in the hotel and residential development business. Everything we do is typically at the very high end, and in part, some of these the pictures represent, these are current and recent projects. Again, just a couple other pictures of projects that recently completed. As you'll see as we go through this, I will point out our development projects have an art-centric theme to them. That's, as a developer, we're known for incorporating art into our projects in a manner that isn't just doing it for just doing it for the sake of just throwing art into a project, but doing it in a holistic manner relative to the providing some soul to the real estate projects that we do. So again, just a little bit about us. Our involvement in this project. So we made a loan, and our lending operation made a loan to the prior developer, construction loan, in October 2017. As you certainly all have chronicled, that developer ran into some difficulties from a construction standpoint. And in October of 2019, we started a negotiation with that developer because of the construction issues he was facing, that he would not really be able to complete the project under the terms of the loan to effectively have the project transferred to us in a consensual manner, in an agreeable consensual manner. It was a complicated agreement, but in March of last year, we came into ownership of the project. Now, March of 2020, as you all know, also happened to be coincidentally the onset of the COVID pandemic, so that there was certainly that to deal with in addition to the project itself in its partially completed state. What came with the project, and some of what we've done is, we'll talk about, is a little bit behind the scenes. And so therefore, in part, I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to talk about some of this today to show what we have been doing. And part of that behind the scenes was that there were, we were a first mortgage lender, but there were quite a bit, $20 million of junior and mechanics liens on the property. Those mechanics liens, while they were junior to us, really, with the COVID pandemic and with other kind of issues related to them, potentially had the prospect to stall this project almost indefinitely from a litigation standpoint. We had to clean those liens to be able to move it forward. And so we did go through a Chapter 11 proceeding so that we, in a transparent manner, in a federal court, could litigate those in the most efficient means possible. Again, this is a little bit of sort of the gritty detail of what we did, but I think it's important just from a perspective standpoint as to really some of the obstacles we had to overcome. That Chapter 11 proceeding, again, transparent, open, federal court, resulted in a resolution of those lien issues. And so, we were able to move forward from that and conclude that proceeding within, 4 or 5 months, which, if there are any lawyers either on the council or in the audience, they may appreciate that is really a, very, very quick time to resolve these types of issues. So again, our issue was we resolved those liens and sort of put ourselves in a position now or during the year to move it forward. I do note, we do have $40 million invested in this project. Okay. At the moment, and so we are, fully vested in its positive outcome as much as anybody, or maybe more so than anybody today. Right, moving on from sort of those details, I'm just going to talk a little bit about not just sort of the, kind of the administrative legal side, but what have we done from a development side? And during the year, again, some of this behind the scenes, a little bit of kind of gritty detail, but we were faced with a situation where we were stepping into a partially complete project. We didn't have the architects, hire the architects. We didn't have a contractor who we could continue to keep on the project. So we had some issues that we had to deal with in terms of fully understanding what it is that we had in front of us, not just looking at it, but in a very, very specific, detailed standpoint so we could complete the project in an orderly fashion. In fact, one of the problems, the fact that it was not able to be completed beforehand was in part due to, there were 1,200 written questions from subcontractors submitted to the architects that still demanded to be answered. There were other things that had to be dealt with. I'm going to show you a little bit of video that's just going to kind of maybe demonstrate what it is that we had to undertake. All of the things that we've done to date, we've spent about $1.8 million, again, just to put some perspective on it, outside of our legal costs related to the prior slide. So, we've been, in full mode to move this project forward since we've really taken it over. So I'm just going to move to a slide here, and hopefully this will come off. Now, again, this is just one of the things, and we've been talking to staff about this and said, really, we needed to match the existing improvements to the drawings and understand where those variances were so we could move the project forward, because otherwise it would have been really, almost chaos as we tried to do that. So about 30 seconds here, just as a sample of what we've been doing.
We're not getting volume, Don.
Right.
So I can just tell you that this is, the Hall Group hired a firm that basically created a Google Earth type product for the hotel. And so you can now go in, and this video demonstrates, you can go into any aspect of the construction site, and you can actually, on the screen, measure things and see exactly how to put things together. And so all the subcontractors, they don't have to come on site to measure things. They can do this virtually now. And it identified, and what's highlighted to the left is discrepancies from the plans versus the as-built. So by going through and doing this extensive effort in documenting and then putting it through a visualization process, you can now move forward with construction knowing exactly what's built, not just looking at the plans.
Yeah, and as Rob said, this little box here again just demonstrates that there were deficiencies in terms of what was built versus what had been drawn. And so we just needed to identify those so that we could move forward. Again, I know that some of this is detail and some of this, is not of, maybe, total relevance to how you think about this, but it's just, I think, important perspective to understand some of the challenges that we have faced in taking this project over, right? So we have one of the things that we did do, and I'll just bring these up, is that one of the things we did, we hired HKS, the world's largest architects who we have a long-standing relationships with, to review the design. You know, we have both the construction drawings and the details, but also the design of certain things. And we were able to create within the existing envelope, within the existing entitlements, and within the existing zoning restrictions, that will be some changes to the design of the hotel, the configuration of it, that we'll be submitting to P&Z here in the next week or so. And really what we were able to do was change the back of office area or back of house area and really make that a more efficient area, providing for effectively more revenue generating areas and shrinking sort of that back of house area. We were able to remove the spa building from the second level and are going to add 14 rooms, you know, presumably with P&Z and council approval ultimately. But again, these are all within the existing envelope of the restrictions that are in place. And then we have activated the ground floor area on the retail side. We're going to expand the lobby to that area and also put a ground floor restaurant, a second restaurant in there, just so that people feel connected, the guests feel connected to the hotel as soon as they arrive. So again, I just wanted to preview those, understanding that we are going to P&Z to submit those as well. So that's where we are. What you really want to know is where are we going, right? And so I will tell you where we're going, all right? And one of the things I've been careful about, understanding the sensitivity of this project, and in talking to David Reddy prior to Justin's arrival, and with Marcus Fuller and with Jeff Ballinger, you know, we've been careful, and I say this as a preview, to not over-promise and under-deliver, right? We think that there's clearly been some history of that with this project. And so we have, from the outset, tried to be transparent, try to be upfront that, we weren't going to move forward in a manner or say that we were going to do things that we weren't actually going to do. So having said that, this is our plan, and I have some outside dates that we're going to be prepared to commit to as in this open forum and in our future discussions as well. So what we talked about was planning and zoning review of our design revisions by April of this year, so in the next week or so. By the end of May, we will finalize our hotel brand and flag. And so as of today, I have signed a very detailed letter of intent with a major luxury brand. And I think, you will all and the city will be very excited about this. I can't tell you what it is now because one, it's a letter of intent, not final, but I will have that, I think, ready to announce by the end of May. That agreement should be binding by then, but this is a very, very detailed letter of intent that we took a couple months to negotiate. By the end of June, we'll select our general contractor and have our hard bids received. We'll do a model hotel room by the end of July. This is part of just what you do when you do a hotel. This will be off-site, and we'll do that, as I say, by the end of July. By the end of September, we expect to have our general contractor agreement completed, fully executed in a binding fashion. And here's where I'll tell you about the not wanting to overpromise and underdeliver. We expect, and our internal schedule is to have recommence construction by October of this year. I've been in development a long time. I've done a lot of projects. It's a complicated process, I would commit to you that we will be recommenced by the end of the year. I think we'll hit October. We may even beat October, but I, again, don't want to get into that scenario. So, today I would commit to you we'll recommence construction by the end of October, or the end of 2021 this year. It's about a 12 to 14 month development cycle. So we would expect that by the end of 2022, we will be open. I'll make one more note on this. We are going to finance this hotel, but the construction of it. So I want to be clear on that. That's the process that we go through. But the restarting of construction is not contingent upon financing. The Hall Group has the resources to start construction, to complete construction without financing, notwithstanding that, the business that we're in, and the prudent thing to do would be to obtain financing, which we will do. But for your sake, I think the important part is we are not making this project contingent. I think after we get through all this, the exciting part is this. What are we going to do? The hotel, we design things in contemporary, modern, elegant, timeless manners. That's what we seek to do. And so through that design process, we would expect to be able and think that we will deliver, a truly fabulous hotel to the city of Palm Springs, one that's all of the things that are listed here. Again, I'll point out, art-centric. We will engage with the local community in that endeavor that we've done in other projects where we not only are able to bring in art from outside of the area, but also engage and work with people in the area in terms of their artists and artisans. So I'll finish just with this. Here's what we have today. And this is the partially complete part of the second level. And through the magic of my media folks, there's what it will be shortly. All right. If, within the next couple, year and a half, 17 or 18 months, this is where we're going. So you've been more than patient to listen to all of what I've said. So I will pause and ask if there's any questions. Happy to address anything you might like to talk about.
Council, are there any questions that you would like to ask of Mr. Braun and his team at this point? And I can't see everyone on council because of we're sharing screens. So if we can, thank you.
There we go.
Now I can see everyone.
There we go.
Are there any questions, any comments that anyone would like to make?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just make one final statement, and I'll be very brief. We've made this presentation. We know the city has started a process with not just our hotel, but with Forstall hotel projects. And we hope that by what we've done, and certainly some of this presentation, I think our project is really set apart from the other projects. There's been a lot of progress on this project. So we're going to be submitting a letter to the city shortly. And our goal is to negotiate an agreement with the city that will avoid any litigation involving the stalled project. And we can look forward to restarting this and not having any litigation involved in that. So we're going to be submitting that letter, and we'll work with staff on that going forward. And we look forward to that opportunity.
All right. I don't think it would be appropriate for any of us on council to comment on that at this time, but we do appreciate what you're saying. We appreciate this presentation. As you are aware, the patience of our city has been severely tested, and we appreciate the direction that you are outlining.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all. Thank you for your time, and look forward to having the opportunity to talk to you numerous times again. All right. Good night.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. With that, we have completed our presentations, and we will move on to the acceptance of the agenda. From staff, are there any changes in the agenda that staff would like to request?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. We would like to make at least one adjustment to the consent calendar, which would be removal of item N.
On N? All right.
Yes, N is in Nancy.
All right. 1N has been removed from council. Are there any items that would like to be removed? Councilmember Coors?
1L, please.
1L. And Councilmember Garner?
Thank you. I need to recuse myself from 1J.
Okay. And Councilmember Woods, were there any that you? Okay. Then I would like to ask that 1J actually be removed from the calendar this evening. It is an item addressing a very specific point of liquor license approval, but this generated a tremendous amount of confusion within the community, and particularly the neighborhood surrounding the project. It is going before the Planning Commission for a review of the project for the conditional use permit. And I think if we could hear the issue of the liquor license at a later date after the public has had an opportunity to weigh in on the project itself. If there are no objections, we will remove one. Yes, Mr. Coors.
Yeah, just a question for staff. Does that create any issues for the applicant? The change in order or timing?
Mayor Pro Tem, to respond to the question, no, I don't believe that it will. We have the item scheduled for the Planning Commission on April the 28th. We would then bring back this item to you on May the 6th. I believe that will only put the applicant back about 1 week in their application process.
Thank you.
Lastly, I intend to abstain from item 1H. 1H is an issue concerning the delivery of health care in the state of California. And as part of my responsibility at the CalPERS Board of Administration, we administer health care for 1.4 million Californians. And I prefer to limit my comments and opinions on health care to that forum as opposed to City Council. With that, we will move forward to report.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we need a vote to accept the agenda.
Oh, I
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I can.
All right.
All right. Councilmember Coors?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Councilmember Garner?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0, and that's to delete items 1N and 1J from the agenda and to remove item 1L for separate discussion.
All right. And the next item is a report of the closed session. I'd like to ask City Attorney Ballinger to provide a report on the closed session.
Yes, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, members of the public. The City Council met in closed session earlier this afternoon to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda, and there was no reportable action.
All right, thank you. Our next item will be to move on to public testimony. This is the time that has been set aside for members of the public to address City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked, please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you are speaking about. Please note that testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of public hearings, and general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. I would note that item 2A, which is a public hearing, the public hearing had been closed at the last meeting. So anyone commenting on item 2A will be called at this time. So with that, tonight the city clerk will be contacting speakers by telephone. Mr. Mejia.
Ubaldo Boido, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
This is Ubaldo Boido. I am calling in support of agenda item 1H. I wanted to just speak really quickly on why I believe this is important. In 2019, I had a really close friend of mine die from HIV AIDS-related pneumonia. And he believed that he could not afford HIV medication from our current system. The system is so broken that people believe that they cannot get access to HIV meds or any other meds that might save them. So I say please support this resolution for AB 1400, agenda item 1H. The current health crisis with COVID-19 shows that we're all in this together. We need a single-payer system that AB 1400 offers. Too many people are dying for healthcare profits, and too many families are going bankrupt from medical bills. Too many businesses are struggling to provide benefits to employees. AB 1400 will not only provide a solution, but will lower city budget costs and improve medical and mental health care to all Palm Springs City residents and tourists. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Maribel Nunez, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, I'm speaking on two items, AB 1400, 5A, I'm sorry, I think it's 1H, and we're in support of the AB 1400. This is Maribel Nunez. We asked City Council, we already had the City of Delano, Oakland, and San Francisco supporting this as well, and the Riverside County Democratic Party, and Councilmember Karina Quintanilla, and a lot of other advocates. I wanted to also bring up the matter of the inclusionary zoning. I believe that's 4A, new business. We do believe that the city should take steps for inclusionary zoning, and some of the staff recommendations we were able to read through. So number one, we do think that the city should focus on affordable rental units, sell units, and make them affordable. And then the other thing is really looking at the second point, city prioritizing the integration of affordable housing into the market protection projects. We feel integration of affordable units is the way to go, mixed income housing, not a concentration of poverty. And then number three, the city should require the maximum percentage possible to set aside for affordable housing. I wish we had more time to explain a little bit more, but I did send out an email of some of these points. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Gretchen Gutierrez, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, and city staff. My name is Gretchen Gutierrez. I'm speaking on behalf of the Desert Valley Builders Association, representing the home building community here in the Coachella Valley. My item this evening is item 4A under unfinished business, the inclusionary housing program discussion. I would once again call your attention to the correspondence that we submitted to city and city staff and to you as council members 2 weeks ago with regards to our concerns over any adoption, may it be forthcoming, from the council with regards to an inclusionary housing program. We have spoken briefly earlier this week with the city manager as well as the assistant city manager and expressed some of our concerns at that meeting. And we have further detailed them, as I say, in the correspondence we submitted 2 weeks ago. We are available to have a discussion with all the council members and or staff as this item appears to be continuing moving forward. And we would certainly hope that you appreciate and engage with us and our industry and the impacts that it could potentially have on the home building community in the city of Palm Springs. So with that, thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mark Lowy, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. As some of you may know, my name is Mark Lowy. I'm Executive Director for the Action Park Alliance. We have managed the Palm Springs Skate Park for the last 8 years with success. We understand 5B on page 10, right, there's a possibility to explore canceling our Action Park contract and turn the skate park building into a center run by city staff. Our program actually acts as an Action Park teen center. We have kids from all Springs and all over the valley coming to experience our wheelchair program, our DJ night barbecues, and various things we have created since we've taken possession of the facility and operated it to benefit with our array of options. Last year has been very tough as a company with COVID in general, with the Action Park able to keep operation rolling with retail after shutdown, and our COVID policies have allowed us to open the skate park to the public, and we've been very with no tracing cases. Just as a reminder to the council and some of the new council members, the benefits of Action Park operating the city facility. We reduce the city's liability with our insurance. It's primary and non-compensatory. City-run facilities also lose them. If the city decides, they'll lose immunity from the state statutes, operations. We provide game and trash removal, clean facility, maintenance of ramp and apparatus. Since the park was previously operated security guards prior to our year, police calls by 90%. We provide marketing to the outside to bring in more tourists. We have ongoing programming such as wheelchair programs, contests, on-wheel sports, camps, birthday parties, marketing and promotions to keep this facility going in a positive manner. We hope to continue to move forward with you at operating the skate park and continue our business programs as we move forward and we allow it to be opened up fully as we make it. I want to thank the council for the last 8 years and hopefully continue our contract that has 2 more years left on. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Wary, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, I'm a local resident in the Coachella Valley, and I believe that is really beneficial to the city to continue with the outside entertainment and any bands or entertainment to keep the flow of the town going. And I am all for anything that is going to add to the cultural experience to the desert, and I hope that you guys will allow that to continue and add any kind of live entertainment, being music, comedy, or any kind of performances. And I don't think that we should ban anything that is, going to continue with that. So that's what I'm here to say. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Sorry about that, just a moment.
Julie Montante, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I was just going to say that I was going to comment on 5C regarding the music. I believe that it's really important that we get music out in the streets and have our Palm Canyon alive again. And that's all I really had to say. You're doing an excellent job at the city, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Jeffrey Bernstein, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, Councilmember Coors, Garner and Woods, and Mr. Clifton. I'd like to comment on item 1L, regarding the Palm Springs COVID-19 Small Business Assistance Program. My name is Jeffrey Bernstein, owner of Destination PSP, and I'm involved with many local and small business groups. First, I want to commend the city for creating this fund and initiative. I've spoken to many of you over the past 14 months about the importance of small, locally owned businesses and our city's need to help, not just as a social service, but because locally owned businesses are integral to our appeal of Palm Springs. I did notice, however, that in the current staff report that some businesses applied and are in the priority group, but their applications remain incomplete. I know staff tried to contact them unsuccessfully, but I would guess that those are the most vulnerable businesses, and some businesses are so small and short on resources that additional outreach may be needed. Main Street Palm Springs and other local business associations can be a great mechanism for reaching out. When the application was first issued, I did contact the city expressing my concerns that it was overly complicated, and this situation may be the result of that. I would hope that there is additional outreach to the non-responsive applicants, even if you have to go door to door. The city also indicated in numerous public meetings that there would be more than enough qualified priority businesses applying and even cut off further applications. What I understand is that now you are considering certain businesses not in a priority industry and certain businesses in the priority industries with more than 5 employees. While I'm thrilled for any local business to get help, if there are more funds available to non-priority businesses, then the city should reopen the application process to allow other similar businesses to apply. It is not fair to those businesses who were told not to apply to find out now they could have and in fact have been awarded a grant. If you're going to expand eligibility, then you must give all businesses an equal chance to apply. I would also suggest that given the encouraging budget report tonight, that the city consider additional funding for this program. Then the city could open up the applications to a broader group of businesses and provide much more needed help. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Victor Delgado, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, I'd like to speak on item 5B. Hello, City Council members. My name is Victor Delgado. I've been working for Action Park Alliance in the Palm Springs Skate Park for the last 8 years. I would like to speak about my experience working for this company and what I personally see happening with the skate park since we've taken the facility over from prior operations. Action Park Alliance made an impact in my life and many others in the community in a very positive way. We teach lesson camps and we mentor the local kids through skateboarding and just life in general. We understand there's a consideration to cancel the Action Park Alliance contracts and turn it into a teen center run by the city. The teen center idea is cool, but I believe we already have one at the skate park. Action Park Alliance believes our program is a teen center. The Action Sports Teen Center we have, kids from Palm Springs and all over the Coachella Valley come in to experience our camps, lessons, wheelchair programs, nice barbecues, and various things that we have created since we've taken possession of this facility and operated it to benefit the community. The past year has been really tough for the company with COVID and life in general. With Action Park Alliance, we're able to keep our operations rolling with retail when retail was allowed to open after the shutdown, and now our COVID policies allow us to open the park to the public, and we've been very successful with no tracing cases. Since reopening, we have implemented a 20 people max per session policy, and we are booked every session. We would even like to able to expand our capacity and get our events, camps, lessons, and programs back now that Riverside County has moved into the orange tier. With the Action Park Alliance, hopefully moving forward, we can continue to operate the Palm Springs Skate Park in the best interest of the city and the community and continue moving forward with the amazing events, programs, and supervision. With that being said, thank you all for your time and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Tarif Tola, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much. This is Tarif Talala from the Village, formerly Village Pub, downtown. Thank you for the opportunity, mayors, council, city staff. I just wanted to put in my 2 cents worth about music and outdoors. First of all, we're so thankful and grateful for everything you guys have done. Looks like hopefully we're out of the woods, maybe not quite 100% yet, but things are looking good. I applaud you for everything you have done and all the things you did for businesses downtown. Just wanted to say we've had live music and we've had live music for the last 25 years here in Palm Springs, and it's been something that drew a lot of people and customers to our business over the years. We would like the opportunity to see more people doing that. People enjoy it. We play, we have a couple guys sometimes on the patio in the afternoons, on the weekends, and they draw an amazing crowd, good, pleasant crowd. No dancing, obviously, and we stay hopefully within the limits of the noise ordinance. Just wanted to point out, though, I think we need to address the noise ordinance because at 60 decibel without music, we're almost at that already, just with traffic and ambient noise outside. So I think we need to look at the two things hand in hand, and would love to see music and performances continue. And if the noise ordinance could also be reviewed and looked at the same time, so that we are allowed to do it for certain hours, and keep the city vibrant and pursue the vision Palm Springs has been pursuing over the last few years, which is, bring life back to downtown, and hopefully we can all thrive. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Will Stiles, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you for this. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about this issue, the budget of the skate park, as in terms of Action Sport Alliance. I believe that the Alliance has done such an amazing job over the last many years that they should be allowed to continue to do what they're doing, providing such an amazing service for the city and for the community. I believe that Boys and Girls Club is a really amazing Boys and Girls Club in Palm Springs, and they have many, many after-school programs, and I think that's a really great resource that's being utilized and will be utilized further. And it's so close to the skate park that the symbiotic relationship of the skate park and the Boys and Girls Club has been existing. And the teen center that would be proposed in place of the existing skate park, I think is a big mistake. I think that the skate park is a teen center, and as COVID restrictions loosen, the skate park will do more programming that will involve exactly what the city thinks it's going to do in terms of teen programming. The Park Alliance already has so many great programs in place, and I think that they should be allowed to continue to operate. They're such excellent operators. They're really, truly an asset to the city. They take such a burden off of running the skate park. I think that they're probably one of the more amazing groups I've seen doing this job, running skate parks in the state of California, much less the country. And we're very lucky to have this contract with them. And I hope you guys continue to renew it, and I hope that it goes forward in the future as Action Park Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Travis Armstrong, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
All right. Thank you. This is Travis Armstrong, resident of the city of Palm Springs. I would like to talk about an item that's on the consent calendar, the proposed renaming or naming of the dog park. I'd like to talk about specifically and also in larger context of openness and public participation with the city. I think last time that I had any real contact with you all, some of I voiced my concern about the subcommittee process for boards and commissions, about the way that the council members Middleton and Woods was set up with advantage minority candidates. So here we have another issue of openness and public participation. You know, naming any public space or a public park is a really big deal. This isn't how other jurisdictions do this. It needs a thorough hearing, and everyone needs a chance to have their say if they so choose to do it. I would really urge you all to send this matter of renaming dog park for Mr. Reddy, for Dr. Reddy, to the Parks and Recreation Commission. There's already been a history of the Parks and Recreation Commission being bypassed for this kind of advisory comments. I know
Mr. Armstrong?
Said they were going to rectify that.
Mr. Armstrong?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Armstrong. So we had a bad connection. I'm going to go ahead and add another 30 seconds to your time. We could hear you. It just wasn't a very good connection. So if you could...
And how much time did I use then?
You have 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you. So assuming you heard everything for the record, because I do want this on the public record, hopefully this will go back to the Parks and Recreation Commission and also look at the city renaming guidelines. You know, there's a much better worthy person for this, actually not person, but Officer Ike, who you recall 10 years ago was a police dog that was killed in our city, serving the people of Palm Springs. Nothing really has been done with him in terms of public spaces in the city. And I would call on Dr. Reddy to defer and to Officer Ike as a better name and more appropriate name for this public space. That would be a great legacy for for Dr. Reddy. You know, I have some issues with the staff report. I did read recently in the LA Times about creative writing of city staff reports, and this I think has some issues as well. Again, I don't have any illusions or delusions that somebody speaking to you guys for a minute or two is going to change anything. My perspective of watching the council recently is that it's about consensus, 5-0 vote, and that unfortunately, and that's a great thing. You know, I'm on boards and myself, and that's great things. But now when it comes to bad policies or being public participation and openness and thoroughness and deliberation in the process, and frankly, I was just really shocked when I read the city council agenda and how this has even happened at this quickness. There's no reason this isn't an emergency that should have to be put through in this manner. So I hope that you will reflect on that and also think about in the future about transparency and openness in the process of the city. That's all I have to say. I hope you all have a good and safe night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. David Murphy, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. This is in reference to, I guess, Agenda 2A, Council Review of Conditional Use Permit for Well in the Desert. I'm David Murphy, and I live in the Tahquitz River neighborhood. I asked Council to more heavily weigh the so-called secondary impacts to residents and businesses, and by extension, tourism. Most of the sites under consideration are too close to our residential and tourist corridors. And the boxing club, while more expedient, is the first and last impression of Palm Springs that air travelers will have. Consequently, I think the boxing club is unsuitable as a long-term location. So of all the sites, I think the Gene Autry and Ramon location is probably the least troublesome. Secondly, I asked Council to consider performing deeper due diligence on both model and management before standing up the well in a new location. In my opinion, I think the opinion of others, the current model is dated and ends up enabling behaviors, especially drug addiction, that can prolong time out on the streets. The vast majority of the Wells clientele are suffering addicts, and whether they like it or not, they need to be safely off the streets and out of the parks. They need treatment and shelter. I've actually heard disturbing firsthand accounts of selling and drug use on the Wells premises. The Wells director clearly has long, commendable, and devoted history of service. However, she disdains public accountability and won't consider public comments, writing off any criticism as bias against homeless people. She is on record asking Council to end public review requirements while seeking a permanent certificate use. That is just unacceptable given the well's impact on the community and local economy. Thanks.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Okay, Alma Serrano, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Alma Serrano. I am currently the property director for Pacific Palms Apartments, which is located right across the Well in the Desert project. And I am calling in today to express my concerns over the last maybe year and a half or so with the homeless situation in that area, especially in the Baristo Park. My residents are now in fear of coming out of their homes to do their laundry, to walk their dogs, or kids playing outside, and seeing these homeless people shooting up in broad daylight, kids playing in the playground, finding used syringes lying around. It's a constant issue with my staff where throughout the day, transients are coming through trying to open our office. The reason why we have our office locked is because of that reason. We've had police called out numerous times for homeless not wanting to leave the property, destroying our property, stealing stuff off our residents' balconies. We've had situations where they're getting undressed in broad daylight, where there's kids walking home from school, and our kids shouldn't be exposed to things like that, or the drug use, or the violence and the profanity, and just the uncertainty that we're facing right now to even walk to our cars. Not right now because of the daylight savings. It's a little brighter outside, but when daylight savings ends, we are afraid to walk to our cars by ourselves, my assistant and I, because we've had instances where homeless approach us and we are scared because we don't know what kind of mentality that they're in, if they're under the influence, and they have nothing to lose, but we have everything to lose. So I would really appreciate if the council could consider relocating the wells in the desert somewhere away from multifamily businesses, because
Alma?
it's... Yes?
Your time is over.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you, and we'll disconnect. Lonnie Landers, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and student council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I just wanted to convey my sentiments on the matters before you tonight related to the well in the desert. As you're well aware, I have been a business owner and owner of Wings in the Desert for 17 years, and it's been a very profitable, viable business until we had the well in the desert move into my neighborhood. And since then, I have had significant problems, and everything has gone downhill ever since they entered the neighborhood. That being said, I know that we all know this, and it's not knowledge or new information that the homeless problem has become like exponentially horrible in our area. So all I'm asking is at this point for the council to do the right thing and to find another location for the well temporarily until you can find very soon a positive and permanent solution to the housing problem and the homeless problem in our city. But in the meantime, just a few facts and figures for you guys to consider. I like I said, been here for 17 years. And so in the last year, I have called. I can't even tell you how many times. I actually can't tell you. In the last week, I have placed over 10 calls for service to the police department. In the last month, over 25 calls to the police department because of homeless invasions and trespassing and property damage, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, my location, unlike the rest of the restaurants in the Palm Springs area, I was unable to reopen due to the invasion of the homeless people as a result of Wellman Desert and the whole influx of the homeless, vagrants, etc. So I can't even reopen at this point. And I'm at a crossroads. I either have to file corporate bankruptcy or I need the city council to do the right thing and to find a solution to relocating Wellman Desert and a solution long-term for the homeless situation. I am very empathetic to the plight of homeless, but it does not belong in the downtown area, as we all know. I mean, we're supposed to be revitalizing the downtown area. Where I reside and the area around me, it now looks like Skid Row in LA. So all I'm asking is that you do the right thing this evening and vote to move the Wellman Desert to a different location and find a permanent solution to our housing problem in Palm Springs. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and look forward to hearing what your decision is this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, that does conclude public comment, and I'll let you know that Chad Ortiz, Jeff Hawker, Joseph Ramani, and Ida Catch, we've attempted calling them 2 or 3 times each, no response, and all of them were calling related to item 5C, which is discussion of temporary outdoor entertainment.
All right. Mr. Mejia, thank you very much. We will now move on to City Council, Subcommittee, and City Managers' comments and reports. Mr. Clifton, do you have any comments or reports for us?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. I only wanted to point out that among the handful of things we have on the consent calendar, one includes the renaming of the Palm Springs Dog Park in honor of the former city manager, David Reddy. So obviously, Dr. Reddy dedicated his entire career to public service, most of which was to Palm Springs directly. So while I hope he's not at home watching this evening, I do hope he feels the appreciation and gratitude that I know this dedication is meant to convey.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clifton. Is there any other staff comments at this point? Hearing none, City Council member comments and reports. Council member Coors.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So a few things. One is, I think we're the first, or one of the first cities who's sent in support for Senate Bill 314, which originally, as written, would have allowed parklets to continue for restaurants and bars without having, if cities so chose, without having to go through the normal ABC process and expenses. That bill was amended to allow them to continue in that manner for 1 year after the emergency orders are lifted, which is currently expected to be June 15th. It's an urgency bill, so it would go into effect immediately when signed if it passes with 2/3 of the vote. It just cleared its first committee on a 15-0 bipartisan vote, so it's moving forward. So with that in mind, and having heard from a number of restaurants wondering if they should invest in misters for the summer and other things, I would just like to suggest maybe staff could pull a small group together to work on design guidelines and rules and issues with costs of using the space and K-rails. So something can be brought back to council so we can make a decision on this before the June 15th date comes forward. On Monday, we had our Desert Community Energy JPA board meeting, which I chair, and a number of questions came up from council members at the last presentation, and we were provided some information at that meeting. I think council members were sent an an email on that today, although I know with the volume of emails on the council day, not everyone may have seen it, but I want to make sure we share it with the public as well. I think one of the issues Councilmember Garner raised regarding the Carafera discount program for low-income customers. And so DCE did launch a program in January of 2020 to try and enroll the Palm Springs customers who are not enrolled in those programs who are eligible. We had 5,900 customers in Palm Springs who were enrolled in those programs then. Currently, we have 7,185 customers enrolled in Carafera medical baseline programs, which is about 20% of all of our residential customers. We contracted with Lift to Rise, who started outreach, and then that changed due to COVID to phone outreach. And that ended when there was a lot of publicity in Southern California Edison due to the financial hardship, started promoting the program as well in the bills. But there was training done of local nonprofits and communities of faith organizations so that people would know about these programs, and that's continuing through phone calls and other efforts from DCE. So I want to give a little update on that. The other question, Councilmember Garner, you raised was the issue of the state moratorium on people having their utilities disconnected, which currently ends this early in the summer. DCE does not do disconnections. That is done by Southern California Edison, since they do all the delivery and billing for customers' electricity. DCE's role is limited to the energy procurement. The board was very concerned with the issue, and given that we see more people falling behind on bills because of COVID, DCE, as was shared last time, and council recommended to the board, who approved a program that will allow people to have some reduction in their rates if they agree to a rate plan. So that's moving forward. In addition, DCE has spoken with Edison, and Edison wouldn't do any disconnections before September 7th. And prior to that, there are safeguards in place, including they wouldn't disconnect if temperatures are forecasted to be 100 degrees or more. And we're continuing to work with Edison on ways we both can do outreach to customers impacted by this potential issue, which of course is very concerning for folks. And for the community, just to know that the city of Palm Springs did allocate $500,000 in additional rent and utility relief for those in need that's being administered by Lift to Rise. So that is available for customers. And then Councilmember Woods, you had a question about programs such as the ones SEE provides for things such as devices that turn off air conditioning during energy events and other rebates and incentives. DCE customers are eligible for all of those programs, and DCE, from your question, is updating their website to make sure those are all available to folks, and as well as energy saving things that people can do. And DCE is also exploring programs that could be offered just for DCE customers in the future. So I wanted to provide that information. Two other quick things. Mayor Holstage and I invited Supervisor Perez to spend some time with us and our staff and county staff working on homelessness and affordable housing to really provide the supervisor with the reality of what's happening in certain areas of the city, including Baristo Park. That was one of our first stops, and to show him some of the sites that have been discussed, both for Well in the Desert, but also for affordable housing and housing with supportive services for people who are exiting homelessness. And yesterday, Mayor Holstage and I met with PS Resorts and Laz Parking, who had done a parking study for us that was put on hold before they were going to make recommendations when the arena was proposed, which of course is no longer going to be in downtown Palm Springs and has continued to be on hold due to COVID. So sometime in the fall, there'll be some stakeholder meetings once things hopefully are returning to normal, and then we'll bring some recommendations to council. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Other comments from council? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you, and thank you to Councilmember Kors for answering all of those questions. I didn't realize how many I had until you kept talking and saying my name. So thank you. I just wanted to say a big thank you to the community members in Desert Highland Gateway Estates. We did a community cleanup there last Saturday. This was something that was actually supposed to happen the same week that everything shut down. So it's been a long time coming. We also had members of city staff and some police officers and code enforcement officers that were also in attendance. We had lots of kids there from the community helping. It was really great to just get out there and kind of make sure we were removing some big junk that had been tossed and also doing some other litter cleanup. So this is something that we'll hopefully be able to do again to just make sure people are able to have these bulk trash pickups in their neighborhoods, and especially in Desert Highlands Gateway Estates, there's so many empty lots, and they're right next to Indian Canyon and in the windiest part of town. So it just accumulates a lot more litter from the road. So it was good to be able to be out there and helping out. The other thing was that the Black History Committee had a vigil last night for George Floyd in front of the mural that's on Indian Canyon, and it was a short and sweet program, and you could see from just the diversity of residents that were there that it was a really wonderful moment to just take this a few minutes to acknowledge all that's happened in the last year and the outcome of that trial. So just thank you for the Black History Committee and the United Methodist Church for putting that on in such short notice.
Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I just want to remind everybody of a little app that we have here in the city that's very helpful. It's called My Palm Springs. If you have a smartphone, I would suggest you get it. I get a lot of inquiries about a pothole or about a vacant lot that's got trash on it or things of that nature. And the app called My Palm Springs allows you to go to the site, you take a picture, you write a little description. It should geolocate where you're at, and then it sends it off to the appropriate city staff member. But the beauty of the app is that you'll get feedback on the process. You don't get lost in a black hole as many people think they do with city government, but you actually get some feedback. So I suggest everyone might want to load the app and get familiar with it. It's called My Palm Springs. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. And I have a couple of things that I would like to mention. I'm a member of the Sunline Board of Directors representing City of Palm Springs. Today, we had a really incredibly positive presentation for Earth Day, reflecting upon the leadership that Sunline Transit has in the development of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. We actually, our transit agency is one of the leading developers of hydrogen fuel technology and incorporating it into public transit anywhere in the world, frankly. Today, as a part of the agenda, there was over $10 million in public funding that was awarded competitively to Sunline Transit for hydrogen fuel cell vehicles and for a new hydrogen fuel cell fueling station. And that's a credit to the work of the staff at Sunline. We also heard of a new route that will be starting on September 7th. It is an express route that will begin right at the border of the city of Coachella and the city of Indio. It will come to downtown Palm Springs and return. It has only 3 stops during the course of that entire run, one in La Quinta, one in downtown Palm Desert, another in downtown Cathedral City. It is going to make it much easier for individuals to move across the Coachella Valley promptly and quickly. For those who live in one area of the valley and work in another, they are going to have a very accessible public transit option, and that route will be known as Route 1X. Next, I'm also a member of the CalPERS Board of Directors, and whenever I start talking about some of these numbers, I can see eyes glaze over very, very quickly because it is an incredible amount of numbers. But we did receive a report this week at our meeting on investment returns that I want to give a short highlight to because it's very encouraging and also incredibly important numbers. Every 4 to 5 years, CalPERS goes through a process known as the Asset Liability Management Process. It's an almost year-long process reviewing long-term financial returns in the investment markets that are then used to make a determination as to what the investment return is going to be fixed at for an upcoming period of 4 to 5 years. And why it needs to be fixed is all of the actuarial and all of the expense calculations are based on the number that it was fixed at. When CalPERS made a decision in 2016 to reduce the investment returns from 7.5% to 7%, it roughly equated to a 20% increase for the same benefits for employers across the state of California. They didn't do that because they wanted to, did it because that was the realistic set of returns that were expected. So we will be making a decision in November of this year in the completion of this process as to whether or not to stay at 7% or make a change. Returns over the last 12 months exceeded 25%. Over the last 5 years, they are now at 9.6% return, 8% over 10 years, 6.8% over 20 years. We don't know how long this market will continue to progress in the fashion that it is, but these are very encouraging numbers at this point. I will make note, though, we are measuring against March 31 of 2020 when the market was at its lowest. Some more realistic numbers are probably something along the lines of the last fiscal year, which is nonetheless a 15% return. Market value of CalPERS assets are now over $445 billion, and that is up approximately $60 billion in the last 12 months. Our funding ratio has gone from 71 to 75%. Thank you. And I understand from Mr. Mejia, we have one more public comment.
Jeff Hawker, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and City Council. This is Jeff Hawker of Hawker Productions, a 21-year resident of Palm Springs. First, I want to say thank you for all of the hard work and diligence you guys have done over the last year to really help our residents, our small businesses, and everything you've done to keep us all safe. Recently, this last week, Julie Montante, Nolan Moore, and I did the grand opening for the 420 Bank and Lounge. And we successfully did live entertainment by socially distancing and also requiring everybody to wear masks. I would like to see you guys expand having more live music as per your ordinance that's on the agenda this evening. And also, if you could consider getting back to funding some of the small and major events in Palm Springs. Events are the lifeblood of our economy here, and outdoor events especially, you can socially distance and make sure that people are masked and be safe. And so I would love to see more events coming back, especially like the running events and anything that is an outdoor festival. So again, thank you for all of you've all done to keep us all safe, and have a great evening.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to the consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without the following items, which have been removed for separate discussion, and that is item 1L is in Lisa. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Yeah, a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
All right. We will now move on to item 1L. And Councilmember Coors, is there a comment, or would you like a staff report on this?
Yeah, I have some questions on the staff report. It could be a short staff report, and then I have some questions and comments.
Oh, short staff report. Got it. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. What we have here is the ongoing recommendation of businesses for the COVID Financial Assistance Program. We hit a point where all of the completed applications for the Tier 1 businesses were recommended. So we do have a number of applications that are Tier 1 that we have been working with to complete their applications, but that has not yet been done. However, this week we got 3 additional completed applications, which we would expect for your next council meeting at least. And so we've been having trouble collecting all the documentation from the Tier 1, and let me define that as being those who are within the key industries and the smaller businesses of 0 to 5 employees. And so we wanted to give the council a chance to consider other businesses that submitted applications that were already completed. And so that is what we have tonight, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ferrara. So a couple questions. So first, and this might have been the staff report, if it is, I'm not remembering off the top of my head. How many applications do we have that are not completed for people that would fit under sort of what you're referring to as the Tier 1, where you're still waiting for documents? Once you take it out to the 3 that you now have, right?
Correct. In addition to that, 8 look to be incomplete. So assuming all 11, the 8 and the 3 are completed by next council meeting, that would bring us to a total of 98 completed applications, primarily for the Tier 1, but that also would include those 3 to 4 on the secondary page.
So as far as those, just a suggestion, I'd be fine, and I won't speak for the other council, but given my knowledge, I assume with them, is if you could let us know the businesses in our districts that have applied but you have been having trouble reaching, maybe we could be helpful on that. I know I heard from a couple of businesses, in my district on my business walk, this weekend, that they applied, and they contacted the accounting firm, but the accounting firm wasn't sure what they needed to put together, and they just felt really confused and a little overwhelmed. And if we can be helpful on that, I'd really like to. I think as Mr. Bernstein said, I think it was a good point, was we're trying to help the people who really are falling through the cracks and are often just the owners of the entire workforce right now, and they're working 100 hours a week just to keep their business afloat. We want to make sure, if we can help you do that outreach, please do let us know, and I would like to be able to do that. As far as these applications, I'm good with the 14 that are in Tier 1. I have some questions on Tier 2, on whatever we're calling that. So on the staff report in attachment 2, you have 2 listed in green and 2 in sort of a mustard color. Can you explain the different colors for those? Because I wasn't sure if that was for any reason or it just happened to be those colors.
That's not for any particular reason. Internally, staff just use that to have them pop out.
That's fine. I assumed that, but I wasn't sure. So on these, and they're all great businesses. So I have some concerns on these, and my concerns are somewhat related and a little different, or additional to what Mr. Bernstein said. First, at all the business and tourism meetings that as liaison I'm on and a council, we've said that we have more than enough in the Tier 1. So I know a number of businesses with 7 or 8 employees who didn't apply because they thought there wouldn't be any funding left. So I'm a little concerned if we're opening it up that we sent that message out for the last 6 weeks, really that we thought we were done and we really only wanted to see any more in the Tier 1. And so if we are going to expand it to that next group, which is people with more than 5 employees, I'm a little concerned some people didn't apply. I'm also questioning, given all the ones that didn't fit in Tier 1, and there were many, why were these 4 selected over all the others?
Yes, council member, those were the ones that we had completed applications from. So they were looked at in that regard, and as the staff report indicates, we did not want to go too far with our latitude. So the criteria that was established for these 4, and I should mention, one of them actually looks like they should be in the first group. But the criteria for these 4 were that they are still within the target industries, but that they have more than 5 employees. That's one of the criterion. And the second one is that they have less than 5 employees, but are not in those target groups that were identified.
Okay, thank you. So the dance studio is the one I presume you're referring to. I was suggesting should be in that first group because they are in Tier 1, correct?
Would fall under the fitness category.
Is that the one you were referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, so that one I support. The other 3, so, our second tier went above 6 to 25 employees, but they still had other criteria, which you note in the staff report, right? They had to be in one of those categories, had to have been closed for the longest periods, needed not to be eligible or able to get state and federal grants. And so for the 3 you have listed, one's a dog groomer, and pet services were allowed the whole time under the state's order. The second is the health food store, which has a little sort of takeout cafe. That's a grocery that was open throughout the whole time, and both should have been eligible for PPP, especially 16 employees. And the third is a nonprofit theater that also was eligible for all kinds of grants and wasn't in didn't even get into one of the categories. So those are the ones I'm a little concerned with. And it doesn't seem fair that we're picking those when I know another dog groomer, when asked, was told they're not in a category that would be eligible. So I'm just a little concerned on the fairness, and I know this has been a ton of work, and you've done an amazing job with limited staff in getting these out, but I'm a little concerned when I'm hearing people who didn't apply and were told that they're not in the category, then seeing another business in the same category getting a grant. So I wouldn't recommend we move forward with those until we figure how we either do it fairly, or if you're just not in those categories, you're not eligible for a grant unless we can put more money and expand this program at a later date when we get federal funding. But I don't know what other council members think on that. But those are my concerns and from some things I've heard as to the fairness factor there.
Well, and let me just add, council member, that's why these were separated out, is for this type of discussion. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I was aware of that. Thank you.
Are there any other Councilmember Woods?
I just want to thank Councilmember Kors for bringing it to our attention. I agree with everything that Councilmember Kors has stated. I also agree with what Mr. Bernstein has stated. We set criteria at the very beginning when people applied, and they looked at the criteria and decided to apply or not to apply. And I don't think arbitrarily changing the criteria halfway through just because of a completed application when it doesn't meet our full intent is really a good thing.
Any other comments? All right. I will add that I concur with Councilmember Woods and Councilmember Kors, and thank Councilmember Kors for bringing this up. And I also thank staff for their incredible work in this area.
So I would suggest a motion to approve the 14 in attachment 1, and then from attachment 2 to approve the Palm Springs Dance Academy.
Second.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will move on to our next item, which is a continuation of the public hearing that was began at the last meeting. Item 2A on the conditional use permit issued for the well in the desert located at 441 South Calais in Celia. I'd like to begin by asking for a updated staff report.
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, thank you. As you'll recall, we had this item on your council agenda back on March the 25th. And at that time, we considered the conditional use permit for the well in the desert and discussed possible options relative to its operation. At the conclusion of the discussion, the City Council gave direction to the staff to look at possible alternate locations and to return to you in 30 days with some suggested alternatives. And so this evening, what I would like to do is review 7 possible sites with you. 4 of those sites are city-owned sites. 3 of the sites are private property. Each has its own unique conditions, and I'll go through those very briefly. The first site that we've identified is called the Boxing Club site at 225 South El Cielo. In terms of the property itself, it is owned by the city. However, it's an asset of the airport. And so any permanent use on this site would need to be either sold or leased for fair market value. In terms of the zoning, it would not require approval of a conditional use permit. It's directly adjacent to transit. It's also nearby a commercial area. However, one of the issues related to this particular site is that it is near multifamily residential zones. And so that's something to take into consideration as we look at these sites. The next alternative is the CVEP building at 3111 East Stockwitz Canyon Way. This was formerly the police station. It's owned by the city, and the zoning on the site would not require any type of a conditional use permit. It is also directly adjacent to transit, about 1/3 of a mile away from a commercial area, and then it also is directly across the street, kitty corner, from multifamily zones and multifamily residents. And so there is that issue with this particular use. In addition, we do have some active uses in the building currently, so something else to take into consideration. The next site is on North Gene Autry Trail. It's just north of the Springs Shopping Center on the east side of Gene Autry. This is under city ownership. There is no development there on the site, and so that's something to take into consideration there. The zoning on the site would require approval of a conditional use permit for the facility. It does have a bus stop about a third of the mile to the south at the intersection of East Ramon and Gene Autry Trail. It's also adjacent to a commercial area. One of the issues with this particular site is it's within the boundaries of the airport land use plan. What that means is that in this particular zone, the density of use is limited by the airport land use plan itself. There is the option for the City Council to override those requirements, but understand that there is a degree of liability relative to doing so. Looking at the next site is a undeveloped parcel on East Ramon Road. This is also just south of the airport and in the airport land use plan area, so it has that same issue in terms of density limitations. There is no development on the site currently, and so that's something to take into consideration relative to utilities and other things. It is directly adjacent to a transit route. It's adjacent to commercial uses. The one highlight of this site is it's not immediately adjacent to residential areas, and so that's one benefit of this location. Next, we will go into sites that are privately owned and that are for sale. The first is on North Sunrise Way in the former SoCal Gas building. This particular site would require approval of a conditional use permit. There is an existing building there on the site and utilities. It's directly adjacent to transit lines, close by to a commercial area. However, like some of the other sites, it's immediately adjacent to multifamily residential uses, and so that does cause certain impacts there. This is currently for sale. I have had contact with the owner of the property. I believe they do have it under escrow, so something to take into consideration relative to this site. The next site is on South Indian Canyon. This is the former Goodyear Tire building, directly across the street from the city parking structure. The zoning for this property would require approval of a conditional use permit. There is an existing building and utilities. It's directly adjacent to transit, also within a commercial zone. However, as you can see on the map, it is across the street from multifamily residences. It's more or less in a similar situation as where the Well in the Desert facility is currently, and so what we might see are some of the same impacts that you have heard both from public testimony and as staff has reported to you. The last site for consideration is on the north end of town. This is on McCarthy Road in an industrial area. There are buildings there on the site, so it does have buildings and utilities. It's about 0.4 of a mile from a transit stop at the corner of Indian Canyon and San Rafael. There is commercial just a little over a half a mile from the site. We also have the situation here where it's adjacent to both single and multifamily residential development. And so that is a concern with this particular parcel. So with that, council members, you have 7 properties that potentially could serve as a new location for the Well in the Desert facility. In evaluating the different sites, the boxing club offers a good short-term solution in terms of it having been used in the past for homeless services and does provide the ability for us to bring additional modular units there on the site to serve some of the needs of the facility. However, in looking at a longer-term solution, what staff might suggest to you is that the East Ramon Road site, just immediately south of the airport, might have fewer impacts while offering the benefits of being adjacent to transit and to commercial areas. That site, however, will require a significant financial commitment in terms of bringing utilities to the site, adding buildings to the site or modulars to the site, and so forth. So those are things to take into consideration relative to that selection. With that, Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes my report to you. Staff is available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. I will make note again that we did close the public comment portion of this at the last meeting, but we do have Ms. Rosenthal available now online should there be any questions from members of City Council from Ms. Rosenthal. So with that, are there questions from City Council for staff or for Ms. Rosenthal?
Madam Mayor, would you like us to invite Ms. Rosenthal into the room now?
Please.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So for staff, are there any questions that you have for either Ms. Rosenthal, Mr. Flynn, or other members of staff? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is a question for staff. Some of the locations that you indicated do not require a conditional use permit, which is traditionally where we add conditions that a business needs to follow or regulate. If we choose a site without a conditional use permit, or they were to move to a site that does not require a conditional use permit, how do we ensure that it's operated in a manner that does not impact the adjacent areas?
One of the ways that we might be able to do that is through an agreement with the operator of the facility. By having an agreement with the operator, we would be able to place conditions in the agreement and then enforce relative to the agreement. That is one of the ways that we might do that. Other than that, I would look to the city attorney if he has any other suggestions in terms of those sites that don't require a conditional use permit.
That's correct. Certainly with the city properties, we would be able to reach an agreement with the operator. For those properties that are not owned by the city, it would require an agreement that would essentially be reached in lieu of simply revoking this CUP.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for staff? I saw Councilmember Garner first.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I have a question for staff. If you can just address the Ramon Road site and the Gianotri site, both of them mentioned, you mentioned the density, and then there was also mention in the staff report regarding inability to have daycare on those sites. So if you could just tell us a little bit about what that process would be to allow for that type of thing, because in an ideal world, we would have some sort of child care for any folks that need that.
So in terms of the process, typically what would happen whenever there is development in the zones that are immediately adjacent to the airport and are subject to the airport land use compatibility plan, the application would be forwarded to the Airport Land Use Commission. They would review the development proposal and make recommendations and then return that back to the city. In this particular case, where the use that we are proposing for the site is not in conformance with either the density limitations or the use of the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, we imagine that the Airport Land Use Commission would probably have a negative decision on the proposal. However, the City Council does have the ability to override that decision of the Airport Land Use Commission. As I had indicated, there is some degree of liability in doing that. The intent of the Airport Land Use Plan is in order to prevent potential accidents, and so that's one of the reasons why they limit density adjacent to the airport. So we need to understand that going in. However, there is a process for the city to override that decision, and in certain ways, that particular site has fewer impacts to the community than others that we've looked at, and so that's why we've included it in the list.
Councilmember Coors.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem, and welcome to the world of Zoom, Ms. Rosenthal. So I have a question. I don't know, is it Captain Kovaloff there? I'm not sure who's in the chambers.
No, he is not. We do have Chief Reyes here with us this evening.
Okay. Chief Reyes then, please. Chief?
Good evening.
Good evening. So first, thank you and the department for really making an effort to address the situation in Baristo Park and on the sidewalks there that has really gotten to become a major issue. And I know one of the concerns, and I know there's been real outreach to the people in the park, and most of them appear to be have serious drug addictions and have no interest in treatment or housing. And my question is, because they are unfortunately now, they're as much as they can be, they are also clients of the well, and they get some showers and some other coffees and things. If the well moves to a new location, I spoke to Ms. Rosenthal about this yesterday, so let's just use the boxing club as an example. How do we not move the same problem there? So there's no park there, but we have the airport there. And so some people have raised that concern. So I want to get your thoughts on that. And I know Ms. Rosenthal feels that it can be managed. So I'd like to just hear from both of you on that, how we can do that. Because I think the community, that's the issue we've heard from the community. They don't want to have the same issue that we've really seen the last year, especially since COVID in the park. So I know the boxing club's closer to the police station. It's near City Hall as well. So I just want to get your sense on if you think that issue can be addressed better at another location like the boxing club or CVEP, and how. And then sort of hear from Ms. Rosenthal as well on sort of efforts that she thinks they can make to help address those concerns from folks.
Well, Councilman Kors, you raise a very good point. We definitely don't want to repeat what is going on now in a different location. It's going to be a lose-lose situation. I think one way of addressing it is from the onset, and the conditional use permit is laying down exactly what's expected, not only operationally, but periodic report outs on outcomes of the services that are provided in end results with the clients attending that location, and I think that is going to be a very critical piece moving forward in any location you choose.
Okay. And for Ms. Rosenthal, sort of your thoughts on that? I know, there was a concentration with the Quality Inn. There were some other issues. And I know the last thing the well wants to do is enable people to remain homeless. Everyone wants to end people's homelessness. But it's the people who don't want services that are creating, I think, the bulk of the issues, that really don't want any major services, housing, drug rehab, mental health services. So some thoughts on that. And then, is there a possibility of doing something where it's more by, appointment? So it's really people coming in to get services. So just if you've given it some thought, how we can address some of those concerns. And you're on mute, by the way.
I had to unmute myself. I'm not quite sure that what I'm to address. I got a little bit off there.
Okay. So I guess two questions. One is, the people who are, just use Baristo Park as the example now, who'll come into the well to use the bathroom or get coffee or some clothes, but don't want housing, don't want any other, they want to stay living with their friends, using drugs on the street. Can you help address that if you move to a different location, so we don't have the situation in Baristo Park happen across the street near the airport?
Well, the people at Baristo Park are the people probably that have been ejected because of drugs that we've, given a couple of 2 or 3 chances to. And like Martha's, we do the same thing. And they haven't been able to make the grade, so we don't let them come to the well. what they do after that, what are we to do about it? However, at both the boxing club and the building that houses CVEP, they are both more easily monitored because of the way their geography is and the way they're both laid out. And now, Linda Barak and I have not been able to see inside the building. One thing that we did discuss was that if it's too big and we don't control egress and ingress, you've got people roaming around in the building. We definitely don't want that. But at the boxing club, everything is behind it. And we would have a much easier time with our security to monitor the lot where there will be other services as well. You know, and we talked about there being modulars for social services and all that. And there's nothing in the, you know, they're not going to be people hanging out. It's a differently configured building. CVEP has a lot of possibilities. And it being contiguous with the police department is kind of nice, you know. So I don't see the same problems that we have now. That grassy knoll across the street at the airport would be a heavy focus of security. And people would learn from the beginning. If you start from the beginning with your rules, they will eventually come to understand them. So that grassy knoll will not be used by our clients.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I don't know that there are that many people that don't want housing. So I think I might disagree with that. I can tell you so many would like to put their head on a pillow at night.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the folks in Barristo Park who the police and outreach teams have been working with. I was referring to the group that's really now staying at Barristo Park. Not.
Yeah, I wish I had an answer. Yeah. I don't know what you do with the people that are going to be there, whether we're there, whether anybody's there. Yeah. They exist. They are here. We need mental health services for these people.
Okay, thank you. That's the only questions I had for now.
Any other questions from Councilmember Woods?
Hi, Arlene. Just a couple questions for you. If I understand
Dennis.
correctly, you provide showers and restrooms, you provide clothes, you provide snacks and coffee at the well itself. Is that correct?
Those are some of the things we provide, yes.
And you also bus people to places to eat different meals. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You also bus people to appointments and to food services at the different churches and whatnot. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you bar somebody from your facility because they're on drugs, do they get the meals as well, or are they?
Yes, that's one. We do not deny food to anybody. People have to eat, and if you don't let them, if they come on their own, and they do, they might not ride on our shuttle, but they ride their bicycles, they take the buses, and we do not deny anybody food.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Arlene. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dennis.
Councilmember Garner?
Thank you. Hi, Arlene. I know that you and I have talked a bit about all of this, so I'm just going to ask you some questions that we've talked about one-on-one, but I want the public to be able to know those answers too. So can you talk a little bit about landscaping regarding the boxing club? Because I know that some of the concerns were the viewing, the sighting of the building, et cetera.
Jeff for sure saw our building a long time ago where we are now. He saw it before and he sees it now. And there's been a tremendous, I mean, you can't even call it improvement. It's really a state of the art, okay, the landscaping. We envision, if we were at the boxing club, we envision doing the same type of thing. And that would be landscaping it and making it beautiful. Our vice president, Matt Naylor, he's in the building business. He makes things beautiful. he already said, we can make it look like it's a part of the city so that we're not outsiders. The front of it can be made into with painting and ideas that we have I won't share here, but that building would be a tribute to the city. And it could be an example to the country about what you can do to create beauty out of a problem so that the problem is helped to change. And for instance, that grassy knoll across the street, why will it not be used? Because we will take part of the section in the parking lot to the very back where you have a view, the whole thing. And we will plant grass there and people can sit there. They don't have to go to the airport. And we envision a really beautiful place there. Now, the building that CVEP is in, that building would not be good for just a cooling, warming center. You'd have to combine it with other services. It could be the place where people slept during the summer to keep them off the streets. It could be a place if people like what they see tomorrow at the exhibition for palette. It could house people. It could handle 40 in the back. It could handle palette. So it's a different ballgame. Just to have a cool, warm center, the size of that building would be too much. If we're just looking right now individually at a cooling center, then the boxing club would be the place to be. But if you're thinking about combining all things, then then maybe that building on Topwoods.
Thank you. And do you have any thoughts about the Ramon Road site that our planning director mentioned?
Well, the Ramon website is bare land right now, but the location isn't bad. It's on a bus line. It's near Social Security. It's not far from markets. Not difficult for us to drive people from there. It's property, so it's quite a bit of acreage, I take, right?
I think so.
Yeah, but it's a building. So when does this happen? So no, site-wise, I think it's excellent.
Okay, thank you. I think, what we're hearing from staff right now is about the possibility of what if the boxing club is used right now and then there's a more permanent build out on that Ramon Road site. So that's something that you think would be reasonable or possible if that were a consideration?
Yes, but it's very hard to move all the time.
Right.
And I was teasing Jeff yesterday, an in joke, and I said we're going to be known as the Wandering Jews because always they had to move from country to country to country, and this is what our fifth move. I mean, not that we haven't been long term. We were 6 years in one place and 7 years in another. So we've had a lot of longevity. And it would depend, yes, if you find a place where all services can be delivered, where there can be temporary housing while permanent housing is found, then sure, but we put a lot of energy and stuff into beautifying things, and I don't know how long you're talking about, but we would make that boxing club look tremendous. It would be a tribute. It really would.
And then
we respect.
Good.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. And I know that we've talked a little bit about Martha's and Linda, who you've been working with. Are you able to share with us a bit more about that collaboration? It's my understanding it would be a greater collaboration than what you currently have been doing.
We work with Martha's now. We have for 4 years. Mm-hmm. They have an office in our space, and they see many of our clients. We refer them for housing. And I don't want to misquote Linda, but we were talking, and I think you have that report. They have housed a lot of people during the time that they're there. They have a very high success story. And we really have a good collaboration. I must say I've learned a lot from Linda. She's done this for a lot longer than I have. I'm going on 20 years. She's, probably 30 years into it. And we've talked about the possibility of doing everything, which would mean, temporary housing. They would stay with us wherever we are. We'd want to have a modular. So, we're not going to end our relationship if we can't get the whole big package that we think could work. And we think it would really be a good thing for the city. But we're not there yet. So,
okay.
So our relationship is a very good one and very supportive. And she'll be there tomorrow at the pallet presentation. And we've invited clients too, because we want to know that there will be a buy-in, that the clients like this kind of thing.
And can you give us just a little more on the pallet presentation? Because I don't think all the public knows what that is.
Some of the corporate executives of Pallet are coming out, and the man in charge that one of our board members has been dealing with on this idea is going to be there. They're bringing 2 pallets. One is 68 square feet. The other is 100. One can sleep 1 or 2, and the other 4. They contain a bed that comes down off the wall, and an air conditioner, and a heater, and a little desk, and the door locks, which is very important for safety reasons. You won't get hit over the head. An old senior male won't get hit over the head with a baseball bat, and a woman will not run the risk like she does now, being homeless and being raped. So we're going to show that tomorrow and how it looks and the possibilities that we think are great of our being able to do it. Mm-hmm. So we would really like to do it with Martha's. And but I know tonight you're talking about the cooling center, but that's something that we would like to see maybe considered. We do need something for summer.
Thank you. Yeah, since you mentioned it, I wanted people to understand what that was about. But thank you.
We're going to be there from 4:30 until 7 at Hot Purple Energy. Nate Otto has been a great supporter, so we'll be there for people to look at it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, I don't have any other questions.
All right, thank you. If we could bring Chief Reyes back, I have a couple of questions for the Chief. Chief, if we moved the cooling and heating center to the boxing club on a temporary basis, what are the kinds of security and policing requirements that you believe would be necessary?
Well, the policing aspect would be hit and miss because, but it'd be definitely an improvement because that's right outside of our gate. So our staff flows from there every so many minutes. So obviously they had eyes on that location quite frequently. There would probably be a need for security from the onset. So the understood behavior that's expected is actually taking place from the beginning. And security would greatly assist us making sure that that's accomplished.
Would there be a need for additional lighting or fencing at that location?
There may be a consideration for some fencing along the north property line, but again, that can also cause a situation where properties. It depends on the type of fencing that's used. If it causes some level of concealment, there could be property that's stored on the other side of it. And obviously it's not going to be fenced all the way around. So anything short of all the way around can easily cause an issue with people congregating along the fence line or storing property.
Okay. One of the areas that we did have some difficulty with in the past when the boxing club was used was the Knoll area across the street and in the airport. What's your ideas in terms of security to ensure that we do not have over at the airport the kinds of issues that we've had at Bristow Park?
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, you know, if there's anything that's going to work out to our benefit is that place was occupied in the past, and we understood what the issues were. So going into it right from the onset, we understand that the grassy knoll and the parking lot of the airport were issues in the past, and we're just going to need to address it right from the onset. So again, letting people know what's expected as far as where you should be hanging out and where you should not, as well as the parking lot to the south with the residential living there. That at one point became an issue as well. We need to just be mindful of that from the onset.
Thank you. I think we know we have a security issue that is going to emerge, but we will have an opportunity to begin again with some new plans. Chief, what's your expectation in terms of the relocation of the well doing for the crime issues that we have in and around Callia, Celia, and most particularly at Bristow Park? Is this going to truly help?
Bill, but we need to be true to ourselves because we're experiencing it right now. The Quality Inn has not been occupied by Project Room Key for some time now, and we're still facing some absolute hurdles with the hanging around the property of the Quality Inn and obviously Bristow Park. That is going to be a situation that we have been dealing with daily with an awful lot of resources, and it's going to take some time for the understood behavior that's been in place for some time to adjust. So leaving the well, it's not immediate. It's going to take time, like we're witnessing right now, for people to understand that those are no longer areas for services.
You know, I saw the photographs that Mr. Landers sent the owner of the Wings, and it was just horrific in terms of the kind of vandalism that has taken place. And I'm not sure what we need, Chief, that we have that we can do, but we need to take every effort that we can in the area in and around South Indian Canyon, South Ramon, Ramon and South Palm Canyon to make a fundamental change in the behavior that's taking place there. And I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask for your immediate recommendations at this point, but what we have authority to do as a council, we need to do.
I absolutely agree, and our city manager's already reached out and is already is coordinating a meeting between me, a city manager, and legal, and that meeting is actually already scheduled and calendar for this coming Monday. Take a deep dive on what we can do different to address some of these difficult locations.
Okay. And please reach out to all of us so that we can also work with the business community there to develop a plan and the residents that are there. Ms. Serrano was heartbreaking in terms of she and her the residents of her apartment, low-income individuals that are frightened to go to their cars. I think this is probably for Flynn, but it also will be for Arlene as well. Assuming that we were to move forward with the boxing club as a temporary location. Is it accurate to say we could make that happen more quickly than we could any other change? And what kind of timeline is realistic in terms of being able to activate the boxing club on a temporary basis?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll go ahead and address it from a land use standpoint, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Rosenthal to talk about the practicalities of moving her operation. From a land use standpoint, the boxing club site is a civic zone. In the civic zone, uses such as the Well in the Desert facility would be a permitted use. So there wouldn't be a need for us to go through a public hearing process in order to move it to the boxing club site. However, we would need to enter into agreements with the Well in the Desert organization. As we had discussed earlier, there would be conditions that we would place in the agreement relative to the operation of the facility, which would be similar to the conditions of approval that we would typically have in a conditional use permit. So again, from a city standpoint, it's relatively quick and easy for us to do that based on the fact that no public hearings are required for the land use. With that, I'll turn that over to Ms. Rosenthal to talk about her operations.
When we're talking temporary, how much time are you all saying that it would take to build out on a property like Ramon or wherever else you're talking about? Because I can't answer your questions without knowing something more about this moving thing that you're talking about. You called it the situation at the boxing club temporary. How long is temporary?
Mayor Pro Tem, I would estimate, depending on the type of facilities we were to place on the airport site, anywhere from 12 months to 2 years. And again, that depends on the type of construction. So temporary would be anywhere in that period.
Thank you.
I would have to be able to speak with some of our board and our staff. That's not a long time. I don't know if you understand how long it takes to put everything together. I understand that the boxing club, the lease is up. Tom Cox told me the lease is up on the 30th of June. You're saying it could be as little as 1 year? That's not really, it's not really offering us anything. We were hoping that if you all thought the boxing club was the place, that we'd have 5 years to be there. And I don't know about, I do know about building only through Matt Naylor, that in 2 years, a site is probably not going to be built out. So are we talking truly a year to 2 years? That's not a good resolution for the Well in the Desert. It's really not.
Okay. I don't know if anyone else wants to make comments.
I do. So just so we're clear, I think what, and if I'm incorrect, Mayor Pro Tem, please correct me. I think what Mayor Pro Tem was saying was if the decision is long-term, that site on Ramon is the best site, temporary, the boxing club would be until that site was ready. I think was that where you were going, Mayor Pro Tem?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if it was ready in a year, which doesn't sound likely, or 2 years or 3 years, it would be the boxing club until that other site was habitable. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the.
So that would work. That would work for you, the Well, right?
Yes, that would make sense, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
If we had the guarantee that we'll be there until such time that another place that preferably would handle a lot of other things would be built, then we're okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
And as far as when we could, how long it would take, you know, again, if Tom Cox he was telling me that June 30th. So you have to wait till that lease is up where everything is out of the building to start the procedure of getting ready to be there.
Arlene, just a follow-up question. The individuals who come to the well, many have addiction issues. Do you provide addiction or counseling services to the individuals who come to the well?
We offer that, yes. We offer it.
You have addiction counselors that are employed by the well?
We have addiction counselors that counsel with people that want help. I asked a young woman yesterday, please let us know when you're ready to kick your heroin habit. She's not a problem. She doesn't do anything bad. She nods off at lunch, and then we have her leave and give her food to take. She's only 24. She's hooked on heroin.
Yeah.
She doesn't want any help. You can't force people.
I do understand that. What I'm trying to get clarity on, does the well in the desert employ addiction counselors?
We have addiction counselors, and we have referrals to places that do that, and we place people, when we can, in rehab facilities.
All right. I know that Captain Kovalev has now gotten into chambers. Are there any questions that anyone would like to ask of Captain Kovalev? Yeah. Councilmember Garner?
Thank you. Captain Kovalev, I know you sent us some information about just different numbers with just different issues that have happened, and I was wondering if you had an update for the last month and what you were experiencing, because I've noticed that it seems like things are different in the last month, but I'd love to hear what the reality is.
Thank you, Councilmember Garner. Really have not seen any progress when it comes to Bristow Park. Staff is over there daily. We have the mobile command posts over there daily. When the park curfew ordinance kicks in at 10 p.m., our staff is over there, and those that are basically living in the park, they move across the street to the east side of the Quality Inn. Last week, myself, Lieutenant Ariza, Sergeant Garino, and Tom Cox went out there. I spent about an hour out in the park meeting with at least a dozen individuals there, all of which freely admitted to me that they were either addicted to meth or heroin. I let them know, hey, we're here to help you, we're here to provide services to you. And none of them took us up on that. Tom came back out the next day, assisted them with getting driver's license information or any kind of assistance towards services. The situation is grim. They do not want help right now. They do not want to get clean. And outside of a simple tobacco violation in the park, there were not any on-site violations that we witnessed that day. The accumulation of property there daily goes up and down. All of them advised that they were clients of the Well in the Desert, that they didn't want to spend their time there because of all the rules that Well in the Desert has in place. We really do not have a long-term solution for these individuals, unfortunately. If we do arrest them for heroin possession or paraphernalia possession, they are ultimately cited and released and returned. And that could happen for a dozen of times. It's up to them to make that decision to get help. We can't force them into that. And overall, it's a situation that not is conducive to children using the park. When you have multifamily housing on all but one side of that park, and it's a situation that unfortunately is requiring a lot of attention by my patrol staff throughout the night and during the day.
Thank you. So I think we've reached a point where we may need to be talking about what kinds of motions and actions that we want to take. Is there anyone on council who would like to offer either a motion or something that could build to a motion? Councilmember Garner.
We've been talking about this for a while, and from all of the different options that were presented to us today, I do think that the Boxing Club makes sense as a location. I think, especially that it's here by City Hall, the police station is nearby, the court is nearby. I understand that there are some residents who are concerned about the airport, but I do think that, as was stated, that with proper landscaping and just the ease of the use of the site, that it could be more under control. My other thing is that I do feel that if we can be better with enforcement from the beginning at this site, that there's a lot more possibility there. And I'm hearing, Arlene and the chief and, saying that this is something that can happen. And I do support the long-term having a site that is actually built out to be what we really need in the city. And I know that the well also, wants, and that Martha's wants to assist with. And, what I think the biggest issue that we're having right now is that we don't have enough money that's going to all of this work, right? That we have been in such a situation where we're putting things out there quickly and trying to put a Band-Aid on everything. And what I'd really love to see is that if we move the well to the Boxing Club, that we're really working on that long-term vision for homelessness services in Palm Springs during that time, and that's a focus for us. And I think that one thing that Linda from Martha's said to me a couple of weeks ago was mentioned how important it is to have some continuity with homelessness services, and how, she's been working with Arlene, but Arlene has been doing this for 20 years in Palm Springs, and that builds up a certain level of trust with the folks who are living on the street right now. And so I appreciate being kind of every part of us acknowledging what our strengths are and what our weaknesses are, and working together to actually make something that's the best for the city. And so I guess my motion would be that we move the well in the desert to the Boxing Club, with a date certain, and that could be determined by staff if staff has that comment, and that we're working then towards a possible build out on that Ramon Road property. And obviously we would need to learn more about those limitations first.
Is there a second to that motion?
Sure, I'll second it. I may have some other thoughts on it, but let's second it for discussion. And I'll share some thoughts. So I think, the only really short-term viable solution, if the well is going to move from its current location, is the Boxing Club. CVEP would take a lot of work, I think, to make sort of a multifunctional social services. Look, right across from City Hall and the police station is appropriate for a social service. services, in my view, as long as we can address the concerns that have been raised. And I agree that, addressing those concerns up front, working really closely with the Well and Martha's and police and, CVAG has their CV200 for the most chronic homeless. And, a number of those are going to be clients who the Well has been seeing for years. So having CVAG, either one person, in that location with the Well or next door, I think could really help because the goal is to get these folks off the streets. And so the CV200 program, where they do have 24 and trying to add more transitional units and have had success, making sure everyone's partnering here. Obviously, the county and now CVAG are the providers from government for social services. The city doesn't do that. We don't have social service department. We don't have a housing agency. We don't do public health. That's all at the county level. So really engaging that, especially in sort of the long-term issue Councilmember Garner raised, what is the best kind of facility for this? And so I think just as we weigh this in, I think that should weigh in. One thing it doesn't have to be part of this motion, but I would raise is, and I know Mayor Holstage has raised it, I'm sure would probably raise it tonight, is we need to put out an RFP, for the rest of our HEAP funding, right? We use $4 million that's going towards 130 units of housing, of which 50 or 60 are permanent supportive housing units. But we need an RFP to get projects on for the rest of that funds. And, the direction was, it's for permanent solutions. So, a project that has permanent housing units as well as some transitional, and that could also have, maybe that also includes a cooling center. So I think we need to really work with a lot, the Well and Martha's and others in the county and CVAG on what that should look like. But short term, I support, bringing back an agreement with the Well with a date certain for the boxing club. I think with that, I don't know what the notification requirements are, but before we take a final vote, we should notify the immediate neighbors. I think a lot of them know about it, but I think we want to make sure we hear from them. And by then, we'll have sort of the security conditions and things in place so we can address those. So I think it's pretty close to your motion, but I think it's really for staff to work with the Well and Martha's. I presume Martha's would move with the Well, right, Arlene? But we fund to provide with the Desert Healthcare District. We fund them to do those services, which really has been successful, and the partnership has worked well, especially in the last couple of years, I think. Seeing the Wells clients, since Martha's has been in the same location, and bring in, just CVAG to that conversation about the CV200, and to bring back, a lease that we could consider and notify the neighbors as well.
Well, Jeff, excuse me, but we've already thought about having a place for Tom Cox at the boxing in one of the modulars that will be provided for social service. So he'd have an office there if he wanted.
Yeah, and I spoke to them, and they're very interested in that because it would help get the Wells clients into that CV200 program and the transitional housing.
Right.
So yeah,
right.
So I think that's great. So that's my comment. So it's not really a change in the motion, maybe just explanation of my thoughts on it. So thank you.
Councilmember Woods, is there anything you want to add?
Certainly. I'm not a fan of putting it at the boxing club. I'm happy to go along with the motion, but I think it needs to be short term. I think there's some real negativities to having it at the boxing club for an extended period of time. I do like Councilmember Coors and Councilmember Gardner saying we need to look at this much more long term and holistically to address our homeless issue. I am not an addiction counselor. I am not a social service worker, and nor should our police department be put in that position. Arlene, that is really your bailiwick, and you know where to go. And I'd like to see a stronger collaboration with not only Martha's, but a stronger collaboration with mental health, so that we're not just kicking those that are causing the most problems out, but trying to get them into services that will help them, regardless of their lack of wanting to be in a service. We need to find ways to make that happen. I believe in the police chief's idea that we need better reports on outcomes. That needs to be part of the agreement. I would ask that the police department, along with planning, along with our city attorney's office, be involved in putting those agreements together before they come back to us. I really think outcomes is the biggest thing that we want to come from this. And again, I want to repeat, just the segment that everyone's just kicking out, that we can't do anything with the police department, that WELL can't, really deal with, we have to realize we have to find a way to address it. And that is going to take a series of experts outside of my expertise to come to us with some recommendations on what it takes to really get somebody who's adverse to getting off drugs, to get them off drugs and off of the streets. So I'd like to see a much stronger collaboration, and maybe this is morphing WELL in the Desert into something a little stronger than what it currently is. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Clifton and perhaps Mr. Mejia before we move forward. If what we are moving towards is going to require putting together an agreement with the WELL, and I hope also involving Martha's and possibly CVAG in that agreement, are we better to simply provide that direction to you tonight? That's the direction we would like to go, and not take a vote on that until you come back with an actual agreement, or proceed with voting this evening, asking you to then come back to us with a negotiated agreement.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I could answer that. This provides a good opportunity maybe to reframe what is on the agenda. This is a review of the conditional use permit. And from what I'm hearing, the council really is saying that the conditional use permit for the existing site needs to go away. And so maybe one option, staff and the city attorney have certainly heard the desires of the council in terms of what the new arrangement looks like. Perhaps what the council could do is take a vote tonight to provide that the CUP goes away. It's revoked as of the end of June, maybe June 30th, but give direction to staff to work with Ms. Rosenthal and the WELL to bring back agreements before the end of June that memorialize the wishes of the council as they've been discussed here tonight.
That makes good sense to me. Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion and the second?
Just one question on that. If we were to say June 30th, is that my understanding that staff is saying that the property would be available for moving into before that date?
I might be able to help there. My understanding from CVAG is they're fine moving, right? So the WELL can move in and keeping, a staff person there, as Arlie mentioned. And I think that can happen anytime. But yeah, we want it out. If they needed to stay till June 30th, then we would probably need to have time, an extra month for the WELL to be able to move.
Right.
Right. So I don't know, maybe for the city attorney, how to have flexibility in that motion if they can't move in till July 1st, and they'll need some time to move. Right, it's not going to happen overnight.
That would make sense. Have that the actual move-in date be subject to final approval of the council as we bring that forward.
Okay. So you understand the motion is being that.
Yes, so that's fine, and I mean, from what I'm hearing from Arlene, that would be enough time to be getting things in order and moving, just assuming that the space is available.
Yes.
Right. If they had it all cleared out, we could start moving, and and we already know what we will need: the bathrooms and the showers, and and a couple of modulars. So those are things that we've already discussed. We do know what we need. I guess when we're making our agreements and making these the contract for behavior and all that, I guess it's that the time that we discuss financials.
Yeah.
Because we're being at okay.
Yeah. That will all be then, and you can have a longer conversation about it.
I hope we'll be able to sit down in person. It's really hard to,
I think that
we're all
vaccinated.
So I think we are ready to have a vote.
So I'm going to try to rephrase the motion, which is that the CUP will be revoked by June 30th, as of June 30th, and staff is directed to bring back an agreement prior to the deadline, and that will include bringing back the agreement, sending notice to neighbors, and returning to council for a final decision to move to the boxing club, as determined, and with a possible build out and relocation to Ramon Road. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
We want to define Ramon Road or to a site to be determined.
Site, I think, to be determined.
And also, you just said, Attorney, sir, if you don't mind my question, I heard you say that we're going to have the CUP revoked and then go back to council to make sure the agreement is what you want. It doesn't guarantee us then going into the boxing club. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's what I heard. So we're giving this up without a definite on the boxing club, or what?
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem. So basically what would be happening is that in this next month, you would be sitting down with city staff to discuss all of the ins and outs of the agreement for the boxing club, and that would come back to council. Council is wanting to move you there. We just need to do a final review of everything that you work out with staff. So it would be before the June 30th time. So you would have enough time to actually decide the agreement, have council approve it, and move your things. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mejia?
Yes. And Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Coors?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We have had more than a few requests for taking a break, and I think we've earned it. Why don't we take a full 10-minute break? By my clock, it's 8:30, and we will return at 8:40. And thank you all. convene the meeting. It is 8:45. Mr. Mejia's advised me that we had two individuals that wanted to give generalized public comment. I think it'd be appropriate for us to go ahead and take those two public comments at this stage, and then we will move into the balance of the agenda.
I'll begin calling now. Jeremy Whitty, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. Hello, Jeremy? Jeremy?
Okay. Good evening, Council. My name is Jeremy Whitty, and I'm the General Manager with Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. And I just wanted to provide a quick update on services that we provide to the city. Let's see here, just getting my notes, sorry. In Palm Springs, we have 4 full-time certified vector control technicians assigned to inspecting sources and responding to service requests in the city. In 2020, last year, as we worked through the pandemic, fortunately, we had no virus samples or mosquito samples that tested positive for the virus. We did unfortunately have one human case of West Nile virus reported by the Public Health Department in Riverside. One thing that we're working on with our cities is identifying city-owned sites to work with the Public Works or engineering department to look for best management practices to reduce mosquito breeding in those, and our operations staff have been compiling some data, and we'll be reaching out to our engineering department in the coming month to go over the sites so that we can look for ways to minimize or eliminate mosquito breeding on sites. This week is California Mosquito Awareness Week, and so as we head into the summer months, not only do the mosquitoes become more numerous, but so does the risk of mosquito-borne diseases. So I want to remind you and all the residents out there in the beautiful city of Palm Springs to prevent mosquitoes around your home. And that really comes down to getting rid of standing water. If you have any standing water on your property, in drains and French drains, this can be a really big problem in our local catch basins. That water provides habitat for mosquitoes to breed. Eliminating that water will eliminate mosquitoes in your neighborhood and also prevent mosquito bites. Dusk and dawn is a prime time for mosquitoes here in the desert during the summer months to possibly bite you and also transmit those diseases we don't want getting infected with. So make sure that you wear repellent, and also to cover up, wear long sleeve shirts, and make sure those window screens are tight and in well repair, because if not, they can allow mosquitoes in. And so I thank you for allowing me some time to comment, and I could take any questions if there were. If not, have a good night. And I did catch the whole meeting, and I did want to mention I am a Palm Desert resident, but my son and I do frequent the Palm Springs Skate Park. We spend quite a few years there, and concurring with earlier statements by some of the folks that spoke earlier on, it is a great park, and I appreciate the support the city has given to that park in maintaining it and working with Alliant and the skate shop there to make it a nice place for myself and my son to recreate. They come all the way from Palm Desert just to hang out there, and then we frequent some of the local eateries there in Palm Springs afterwards. So thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, I'll just note that Linda has withdrawn her request for public comment, and Ragda has also withdrawn her request for public comment. Therefore, public comment is concluded. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mejia. We will move on now to item 2B, Community Development Block Grant 2021 Annual Action Plan and Budget Adoption. I would like to ask for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As an entitlement city, the Palm Springs has been awarded $425,116 of community development block grant funds for the fiscal year 2022. combined with available carryover resources from past years in the amount of $115,300, the total amount of CDBG funds anticipated for fiscal year 22 is $540,416. Now, these funds, as you know, are required to be utilized for low and moderate income persons, and a map is included in the staff report as Exhibit 3 showing low and moderate income areas. Furthermore, the city is required to hold 2 public hearings on the potential use of the CDBG funds, and the first public hearing was held on March 11th, 2021, and tonight is the second public hearing. There is also a statutory limitation on the percentage of CDBG funds that may be utilized. No more than 20% can be used for administration, and no more than 15% can be used for public services. Therefore, the majority of the funds are proposed to be allocated to 2 public facility projects at Demuth Park with the city's Public Works and Engineering departments. Demuth Park Community Center's air conditioning project would replace the evaporative coolers with energy-efficient, all-in-one packaged units. And during the hot summer months, the evaporative coolers do not reduce the temperatures to a comfortable level at the gym. Therefore, it is recommended $270,000 of the CDBG funds be allocated to this project. The second proposed community facility project are Demuth Park restrooms. This project will provide for the construction of a new facility to the east of the existing building, the existing bathroom facility, provide access from the adjacent parking lot, and will be closer to the majority of the park's patrons. The existing 2-stall restroom will be demolished. And for this project, it is recommended that the balance of the available community facility funds in the amount of $104,333 be allocated to this project. The remainder of the funds that are not for community facilities are recommended for the mandatory fair housing services, $48,000 for public services with Fair Housing of Riverside County, and the city operates its own home repair program where it provides grants to low-income seniors. And staff would note for this program, this information is on the city's website. Just search for Home Repair Program. There you'll find an information sheet and a brochure and the income criteria for this program. Lastly, $108,000 is recommended for administration. And approval of this action would approve the annual action plan and budget in the amount of $540,416 for submittal to HUD and authorize the city manager to execute all requisite agreements. And staff is available to answer questions before or after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barata. Are there any questions for staff? Seeing no questions at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. Mr. Mejia, do we have any speakers?
Mayor Pro Tem, no public comment for this item. Thank you.
There being no further public comment, is there discussion, additional questions from council or Councilmember Garner?
I know we've been talking about these same items, I think, from the beginning, and I just wanted to reiterate that I support them. And I know we didn't hear a lot of public comments during this process, but I know that we all have heard from residents before about the Demuth Center especially needing improvements. So I think it's one we should move forward with.
Is that a motion to approve?
Yes.
Second.
Thank you.
I'll second both that and the sentiment.
Thank you. Mr. Mejia?
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. So the next item we have is unfinished business, and that is item 4A, a discussion of an inclusionary housing program. I'd like to ask for the staff report.
Yes, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and council members, the item before you is really a request for direction from the City Council, kind of big picture direction with regard to an inclusionary housing program. Should the council provide direction on this item, the city staff and city attorney's office will work to bring forward the precise regulatory program, including an ordinance. But really, what's before you tonight are kind of three big questions that I'll get to here in a moment. Inclusionary housing ordinances are basically ordinances that cities and counties can adopt to require that market rate housing developments or rental housing developments include a specified percentage of homes that are affordable to low and moderate income households, either as part of the project integrated into the project itself, or sometimes located off-site. The percentage that you usually see in terms of the percentage of houses that are required to be affordable generally range between 5 and 25%. The purpose of these programs is to encourage the development of more affordable housing throughout a community. Again, either a specific development project or a city in particular. The three big picture issues that city staff is asking for direction from the City Council are, the first is, does the City Council want to see an inclusionary housing program that requires rental units or for sale units or both? The second issue is whether the City Council wishes to see a program that prioritizes integration of the affordable housing units into the new development project, or whether the council is willing to see those new affordable housing units built off-site in some other location, or perhaps some combination of those two. And then the final question for the council, should the council wish to give direction on an inclusionary housing program, is how much of the project in terms of a percentage does the city wish to require to be set aside for affordable housing? With regard to the first issue about whether the council wishes to see for rent or for sale units, the city needs to be aware that if we can't require that the developer provide the units on site without requiring an alternative means of compliance, such as including an in lieu fee or making a land donation, if we're requiring for rent considerations, and that's because of the Ellis Act that is in California. That limitation is not in existence if the City Council is only requiring for sale units be developed. The second issue is on-site versus off-site, this is just a kind of a policy question in terms of whether the City Council wishes to see the affordable housing units located within the new development, or if the City Council is okay with those affordable units being developed elsewhere. Many cities like to see kind of an integrated approach as opposed to kind of polarization or having the affordable units all in one place. And then the final question is, how much does the City Council wish to require? Should the City Council move forward with this? Again, I mentioned the general range is usually 5 to 25%. If the council goes over 15%, then there are some statutes that require us to make sure that we're meeting our regional housing needs allocation, which is sometimes difficult, but that's simply something that the council will have to look at should the council want to go above 15%. And then finally, with regard to the issue of providing an alternative in the form of an in lieu fee, should the council go forward with that in a program that provides for an in lieu fee, the council will want to consider the fact that that in lieu fee will need to be substantiated by a study, and those studies generally range in the $50,000 range. So that would be a cost that the city would want to be cognizant of. So that provides a brief overview of kind of what the big picture issues are, and so should the council have any questions, I'm available to answer those.
Are there discussion or questions for council? I see Councilmember Coors.
I have a question. So I have my initial thoughts on those questions, but a question before that, which is, when we talk about affordable rental units or for sale units, I mean, in my view, ideally both, but are we seeing even market rate? Are we seeing rental units being built in Palm Springs at all? Because I'm not aware of very many, if any. I got approached about one by someone who's interested in possibly building one, but so I don't know.
Councilmember Coors, no, we've not seen any new rental type projects constructed. There's been a few isolated infill apartment unit complexes, like 2 or 3, 4 units. But the last large rental project was, they're now condos, but they were the apartment complex on East Palm Canyon and Araby that was approved and constructed, I think, in the early 2000s. But we haven't seen any of that type of project here in Palm Springs.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ones we're seeing are the ones that meet the legal affordable definition for the entire project, since there are tax credits for those. So, well, I'd like to see if there are rental units built, that we do have some affordable units there. I just think the for sale units are, for me, a higher priority to really give people the opportunity for home ownership. I do strongly support integration of affordable units with market rate developments. I think that makes for a better community for everyone. And as far as the set aside, I'd love to just, get a little more input on that, look at what cities are doing, and make sure we're probably sitting down with, some of the housing developers, DBBA, and really just get that input in trying to come up with a number that we think will work best for achieving the goals. So that's just my initial thoughts, but that's about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I agree. I think while rental housing is definitely needed, that ability to have that purchase and own that land is important, I think, for members of our community. And especially if the city can work with the county to help with that purchase. I know we've talked throughout the last year about different county assistance and ways that the city can help with home ownership. So making sure that those things are clear, and that if we need to develop a program, we do that as part of it. In terms of the percentage, I would like to be able to do something that's realistic. Obviously, it would be great if we could do 25%, but I know that that's not likely something that we can actually make happen. So I would like to be able to actually do a study to find out what is feasible. With all of this, I want it to be done well, and I want us to make sure that we're thoughtful about what comes forward so that it actually works. Because if it's, if it's just a name only, then what's the point? I'm also interested, along with this, is figuring out that integration piece throughout the city. I know that I've brought up before these larger projects like Miralana and Nacina, and I know there's not a whole lot we can do in terms of requiring them to add in a more affordable housing, but I think that having those conversations could be useful. I understand that it's tougher to add in once you've already have things rolling, but at this point, even a home that's $500,000 is more affordable than the majority of the homes in Palm Springs. So I think there's some room in some of these already existing developments if we could get in a good conversation with the developer about making some of those not affordable, but at least not as expensive homes in some of those areas, which would still help to allow for people to move from maybe where they are now into a better home for them and opening up that other spot for someone else. Then the other thing about the apartments is just looking at our zoning. I know that I've been talking to some people about the zoning in Desert Highlands area. There's interest for multifamily over there, for some duplexes or fourplexes, but it's zoned single family. So if we could take a look at just zoning in the entire city and where there's opportunities that we can take advantage of, I think that would be a great part of all of this.
Councilmember Woods, do you want to?
I just want to reiterate that I think we need to involve the Desert Valley Builders Association in this discussion, and I think it's going to be very important to understand. If we're going to do a nexus study, I think we need to understand what we want to achieve. You know, it's more than just our RENA numbers. What do we want to achieve, and will it get us? Will any policy that we're doing with inclusionary housing get us there, or is there another format that does it? Or maybe, like Councilmember Gardner said, maybe it's a combination of looking at our zoning, which we're doing in our general plan, along with something like inclusionary housing, along with something else. I know currently, when I first came on council, there were people that were on Section 8 that were being kicked out of the apartments because the apartment wasn't even up to full market value. So I don't really have a good handle on what our rental housing is like here in Palm Springs and where it relates to affordability. And I think we need a better understanding of what that is to understand whether we want to go to the rental market and to the new build market, or we want to go to both. Both of them, like Councilmember Kors had suggested. I just think that if we move forward with this, we need just a much broader understanding. The Nexus study will help us get there to understand it, but I think we need to be very clear on what we want to achieve so that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot and not get our outcomes that we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could add to this, I agree with everything that I've heard from my colleagues, but as much as I want to see inclusionary housing, let's take rentals as an example. We haven't built a new apartment complex in 14, 15 years. And so 5, 10, 15, 25% of nothing is still nothing. We need to figure out what's it going to take to be able to build more, in particular rental housing here in our city. There's absolutely urgent demand for need for more rental housing. So I would ask staff to go back and come up with across the board recommendations as to how can we make more movement in building housing that is affordable and housing across the spectrum. I do agree with Councilman Kors that integrated housing is better, but it's just not always going to be feasible. So I think there does need to be an in lieu option under some circumstances. Those in lieu options can help us to be able to fund projects like the Monarch Project, like the Agave at North Palm Canyon that are going to be such great additions to our city. So I wouldn't want to foreclose the ability to do in lieu. But I guess I'll finish by saying my major concern right now is we're not building anywhere close to the number of new homes that we need in our city. And I want us to focus on what would it take to be able to build more of those.
And if I could, Mayor Pro Tem, I was also going to say, you know, when you look at the Agave, it is a independent development, but it actually is low income that's within a high income neighborhood. And that is inclusionary, even though it's a different format of inclusionary than having the developer put aside 5 units or 10 units or 30 units, whatever it is. so that there are many forms of looking at this. That's not traditionally, the Agave would traditionally be considered kind of an inclusionary housing thing. But if you're looking at mixed income neighborhoods, it definitely achieves that goal.
Councilmember Garner?
That's true, right? There's a lot of different ways we can do this. And talking about the goal aspect as well, I do appreciate that. I do think we should have that discussion, and perhaps with staff moving forward with this concept and giving a little bit more guidance on what that process would be, like we've discussed now, and then a little bit of discussion as well on what the goals would be. I know that today I was thinking about our uptown, that's way uptown, right? When you're coming into the city, we have a lot of vacant buildings that were once businesses and a lot of empty lots. And, I lived in DC for a number of years, and it would be amazing to see some apartment buildings built up right there where we can also then have a coffee shop next door or a restaurant or something like that. I think we do have a whole generation of, my peers who would love to live nearby amenities like that. And rental housing is a good option for that kind of thing when you're still on a busy road, but nearby the things that you want to do. So I would love to be able to see what we can do to develop those types of areas as well, which traditionally we haven't done in Palm Springs, but things have changed. So maybe this is the time to do it.
I would second that idea. And I think we also need to be looking at some of the places where we have commercial properties that have been vacant, that perhaps we could open up to being available to be converted into apartment units within those commercial structures. We may find in some instances that the live-work units that people talk about we could back into where we can't build them directly. I'm not sure I'm hearing a motion that comes out of this. Mr. Ballinger, have we given staff the kind of advice that would give you some direction to proceed, or do you need a motion from us?
I don't think we need a motion. I think we certainly sense that the council wants us to move forward with this, with preferably integration into the new developments, but also with an option and maybe some incentives to integrate, but options for other locations or in lieu fees. A focus on for sale units, but also maybe some provisions that address rental units should those rental unit projects come forward at some point in the future, and then some information in terms of what other cities are doing in terms of the percentages, and those percentages actually might play into the incentives for integration. So unless I see any objection from council, I think that's the direction that staff and city attorney's office will work with, and we'll bring back some more definite aspects in the future.
Councilmember Woods.
I'm wondering, we're updating our housing element. If this isn't also, if we can't, I think a great way to combine the discussion to be a much broader discussion that we want to do, and I just don't know if it would be appropriate to do it along with our housing element, or if that's ahead of what we're trying to do here. Just some direction maybe from Director Pag on that.
Mayor Pro Tem, through you. In terms of looking at your recommendations this evening relative to the work that is being done on the housing element, I see this action this evening being one of the ways that we implement the housing element. In looking at the strictures, if you will, that the Department of Housing and Community Development puts on the housing element and its components and requirements, what you're looking to do is to go beyond what HCD will typically accept as part of the housing element. You're looking for much broader and much more tailored solutions to our unique situation. And so I think that to a certain degree, these discussions are good in concert with the housing element, but I think what direction you're going will go above and beyond to really solving the needs of this community.
Thank you. And I would add to what Councilmember Woods brought up that we've got some really strong individuals in the Planning Commission who have had some background in inclusionary housing, and I would encourage the director to also engage conversation with the Planning Commission on this subject.
Certainly, and they've already appointed a subcommittee to do that, so they're ahead of the game.
As usual, thank you. All right. I think we can move on successfully now to the next item, which is 4B, a review design concept and provide direction on Palm Canyon Drive, Indian Canyon Drive, and Camino Paracela with the possibility of a traffic roundabout. May we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. Joel Montalvo, Engineering Services. The item before you today is the approval of final concept drawings for the Palm Canyon, Indian Canyon, Camino Paracela traffic roundabout, and if approved, staff seeks direction to move forward the construction drawings. Instead of doing a PowerPoint, the design team put together a flyby of the roundabout. So we're going to play that video, and it will show how it could conceptually look like if constructed. So in 2017, staff brought before council a concept of a traffic circle at the Five Lake intersection at Camino Paracela, Indian Canyon, and Palm Canyon. Staff intended to design and construct a roundabout with the Indian Canyon two-way conversion project. At the time, our engineering consultant, Albert Webb and Associates, studied the intersection and determined that we could indeed insert a roundabout at this intersection, and actually would be safer than a traffic signal. The five-legged intersection creates a lot of conflict points. For example, the U.S. Department of Transportation indicates that a typical four-legged intersection will have about 16 conflict points where vehicles tend to collide. A five-legged intersection obviously has a little bit more. Although the roundabout does not eliminate all the conflict points, it does help minimize the speed and the extent of the damage during those conflicts. At the time, the council elected not to proceed with the design and construction of the roundabout due to the cost and associated with it. I believe the estimate was around $2 million. However, in January of 2020, staff did bring back to the council a request to move forward with the design of the, and the city council did authorize that, and staff proceeded with the design. From the original concept, the design has morphed. The original peanut shape that was the original concept morphed into the current concept that is being presented today. The current conceptual design will require some encroachment onto adjacent properties. For example, at the southwest corner, the project may need to acquire a small portion of right-of-way to accommodate the design of the curb and the street. In other areas, the project will require temporary construction easements and possibly permanent easements. Staff wanted to present the final concept to the City Council prior to moving on to the final design. So that concludes my short presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. And we also have our engineering team, Dilesh Seth of Albert Webb and Associates. And we also have the roundabout expert, Ms. Rochelle Price of Roundabotics, available to answer any technical questions that you may have. Seth of Albert Webb and Associates. And we also have the roundabout expert, Ms. Rochelle Price of
All right. Are there questions for staff and our consultants that we have with us this evening? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I guess this is for whoever would like to answer it. I know that there's been a lot of questions from the community about the safety of a roundabout and how that relates to pedestrians and cyclists and to cars. And so I'm just wondering if anyone can speak a little bit more in detail to that.
Rachel, would you like? Yeah, we have a roundabout expert, Rochelle. She did mention that there's a lot of benefits to having a roundabout, and it avoids conflict points with pedestrians. So we'll let her speak to the subject.
Okay. Yeah, the roundabout, if you replace traffic signals with roundabouts, it's a much safer design, mostly because, as Joelle was saying, the conflict points are reduced, but the major conflict points, like the head-on collisions and the T-bone collisions, those disappear with the roundabout. So if you do get a collision, it's just a fender-bender, side-swipe type of collision. And so typically what we see with the roundabout is like a 93% reduction in fatalities and severe injuries at roundabouts. I know the city of Carmel, Indiana has gone huge on roundabouts, and they have gotten rid of their jaws of life. Their whole ambulance system has actually saved them money because they don't have to go to these car crashes at intersections. So it's really dramatic, the safety impacts of these roundabouts. As far as the non-motorized users, I wish that was in that flyover, because what's missing is the vibrant community that a roundabout brings. It gets people out of their cars. It makes them want to walk. If you're at a 5-legged traffic signal, it's really difficult to cross that street. Even as a pretty able-bodied sight, I can see everything. I'm still making a lot of decisions, to cross those streets. And if you're at all at risk, if you're younger, it becomes even more scary to cross at a traffic signal, because you may not be able to make the judgment that is required. For a roundabout, it's very simple. It makes those crossings very simple, and you're only crossing one direction of traffic at a time. You're kind of set back from the traffic conflict, and so all you have to focus on is one direction, and the vehicle can look at you and make that decision, rather than looking at vehicle conflict points and pedestrian conflicts. So it makes it much safer that way. And then also the bicyclists. This could be a great opportunity to extend a bicycle network through this kind of complicated intersection. And we can do that with the multi-use path, or just by slowing traffic down to vehicle speeds so that they get through the intersection. And that's the real goal of roundabout design, is to make sure all the vehicles are traveling about 15 to 20 miles per hour. And so that's bicycle speed. And that also contributes to kind of vibrant community aspects and not being so car-centric.
Thank you. The other question I have is about how long does it take for the community to get used to this type of thing? I know one person in particular who's probably watching and saying, don't do it. The roundabout at Cabazon is horrible. So realistically, if you know about the roundabout at the Cabazon site and can give information about that, that'd be great. But mostly just what is the learning curve for a roundabout? What can our residents expect?
I'm not familiar with that roundabout. Does someone else want to talk about that, or do you want me to keep going? I can talk about roundabouts a lot.
You don't have to reference it. I think there's plenty of reasons why that doesn't work.
Typically, when residents hear that roundabouts are going in, it's typical that they're against them. There's a lot of fear of the unknown and just change in general. And so that's typical, and probably within 6 months, if you would ask those residents again, probably 75 to 85% say it's the best thing that happened. So it's a total flip-flop from before construction to about 6 months after construction. And that's not always the case if it's not done correctly. So there are some bad roundabouts out there that the public never gets used to. And so that's why I'm a little hesitant. I don't know. But I'm sure it's fine.
That's okay. It's our nearest roundabout. That's all it is.
Are there other questions for staff? Well, I frankly, this is a street and a intersection that I go through on a very, very regular basis. And I'm very intrigued by the possibility of this. I would echo the questions and comments of Councilmember Garner. If there is a bad roundabout, it is the one in Cabazon. But one of the cities that we vacation in on a very regular basis is Bend, Oregon. And over the course of the years that we've been vacationing there, they've been moving significantly more to roundabouts, replacing with intersections. We were in Bend last summer, and I was amazed at how easily everyone seemed to move through the various roundabouts, but it was helped because you didn't have to go very far before you went from one to another. What worries me about this particular roundabout is this is a really complex intersection, and it would be the first and the only one we would have in town. So could someone comment on what kind of learning curve we're going to need to do if we were to move forward with this to truly make it something that the community could feel comfortable getting on that learning curve and navigating?
I know in other...
I would have to say that a lot of cities start with like an intersection that's not there's not a lot of volume, and just to see if it works. And then the public says, of course it works there. There's no traffic there, but it'll never work here. So you keep having to convince your community that roundabouts are good things and the way to go. But if you want to convince everyone right away, you pick a very complicated intersection, put a roundabout there, and as they see that it works there, then it's no big deal when other roundabouts go in. They're like, of course, a roundabout's the best idea. So in some ways, it's best to start at a very complicated intersection like this that has a high volume, because the community sees that it works great here, and they're much more likely to just be very pro-roundabout for other intersections, and you don't have to spend as much time on public involvement for each project as you're going. So that's one way to look at that type of.
There's also ways that we can communicate to the general public. There's videos that can be done in general outreach to the public to show them what a roundabout, how it works, how it does. I know other cities in the valley have done that, where they've incorporated several roundabouts within their community. They've put out videos and other materials that help the community.
Councilmember Coors.
I'll let the traffic engineer speak. For me, I think just, the reduction in fatalities, I think, is so important. And I think this intersection currently is pretty awful. And, just backs up traffic, and it's still confusing driving it. And I drive it frequently. And so I think this is going to be a great addition. But I really like the idea of having some videos for residents. People who've lived here a long time are not used to roundabouts. If they haven't lived in a place that has them, and it will take a little getting used to. So I think getting that public information out would be really a good idea. So that's it. But I definitely want to see this move forward. So thank you.
Councilmember Woods.
Thank you. And we actually do have some roundabouts in the city already. You probably don't even know that they're there. Over by the Movie Colony Hotel, behind that, there's a couple of roundabouts. Little Tuscany neighborhood has been asking for them for 6 years, which our city engineer is very well aware of. But I have a few questions about this particular one. It's a very complicated intersection, and it's really where roundabouts work the best, is on very complicated intersections. So I applaud staff for bringing it forward. I know it's been a work in progress for a very long period of time. But a couple of questions one is, I assume that you're anticipating before the crosswalks to put in the stop markers, the little triangular things. I assume that just was left off here inadvertently. I'm looking at the graphic that was provided in the staff report that has the crosswalks, but it doesn't have the little, the diamonds that tells you where to stop so the person can cross.
Yeah, this at the concept level. Yeah, at the concept level, we didn't include them, but they will be included.
I think
they will be included in the design.
Okay, great. The other question I have is you have some really gorgeous light fixtures that make this whole roundabout pop a little bit. Is that part of the overall thing, or did you just add that for fluff?
Well, that's a good question. The design team, we discussed that, and it's they are going to work on a landscape plan, but they're going to promote different ideas, and we can definitely move that forward or not forward. It's definitely still open.
Okay, I think to make a roundabout like this work, we need to have an identification like that with the extra lighting. I like the idea of this lighting being unique and separate to say that you're coming into a very special area. I know I think it's La Quinta, in one of their roundabouts, in the middle of it, they have an art piece. So maybe we want to wire it. I see you have some lighting in there already, but maybe we want to put a little platform in there for an art piece to be in the middle of it, just to pop it as well. We have an arts commission that has some extra money to spend, and we're looking for them to do something besides paint windows. So it might be an excellent opportunity for something like that as well in here. And then lastly, I would really say that we need to really look, I know the Sustainability Commission is looking at making Palm Canyon with some cycle lanes and things of that nature to really look at this again with a second glance and really take cycling in, because to go down to many of our trails and stuff on the south side of town, this is one of the few intersections you have to go through if you're bicycling, and we really want to make sure that it's going to work for cyclists through here. So I just would like a second look at that as well, understanding that that's an important feature of this roundabout. But other than that, I'm in total support of roundabouts, so I appreciate it coming forward. Thank you.
So do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move.
Second?
I'll second.
All right.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 to move forward with the roundabout.
Thank you all. And with that, we will now move forward into new business. And Our first item of new business is item 5A, fiscal year 2021 third quarter budget review and end of fiscal year estimate. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Following along with our rolling budget model as we have through this fiscal year, tonight we're going to present the third quarter financial report and financial projections for the fourth quarter, since that would occur at the end of the fiscal year. Do you have another battery for this? 1 minute, please. Not a battery. Okay, Aaron, I'm going to have to ask you to go to the next slide for me, please. So from a high-level summary for the third quarter, we'll show you that with transient occupancy tax, or TOT, we received 1.5 million over budget, and I will show you that this was the worst quarter of the fiscal year, and that was directly related to the regional order shutdown in December and January, which translated in the TOT cash receipts received in January and February. But sales tax remained strong. We had 3.5 million over budget for the third quarter. And so together we had 5 million in additional revenue from those two sources. But I want to point out that in comparing those sources, third quarter to fiscal year 1920, it was 3.5 million below what we received last fiscal year. And that even counts the onset of the COVID pandemic in the last part of March 2020. And then Measure J sales tax revenue remains strong third quarter at another 2.7 million over budget. Okay, it's working, thank you. So here's the reflection of the actual cash receipts for January, February, and March compared to budget. As I mentioned, we were 1.5 million over. Our budget for TOT was 60% below fiscal year 1920 revenue, but we ended up at 40% below. And I just wanted to show you that for January and February, we were actually close to or under budget for the first time. So that was a direct reflection of the regional order that was issued for December and January, reflecting in those TOT payments received in January and February. And you've seen this, our continuing month-by-month reflection of TOT revenues. Our overall budget for the year was 14.2 million. Year-to-date through March, we're at 18.8 million, and on a month-by-month basis, we're at 10.8 million over budget. And again, I just wanted to reflect, this was the first month we were actually below budget with TOT revenues received, cash receipts received in February, reflecting January hotel bookings. So we are at 133% of budgeted TOT revenue as of March. And however, that is still 17% below where we were in 1819 and 1920 at the same period. So in looking at projections for the fourth quarter and looking at the trends and seeing the business activity in Palm Springs on a weekly basis, we are conservatively estimating 80% of 1819 TOT revenue for the final quarter, which would generate another 4.8 million in TOT revenue over budget. And so in this chart, we're showing you our projections in yellow. And so we're estimating that we'll be close to 30 million in total TOT revenue for fiscal year 2021, which is 15.6 million over budget. So for sales tax, as I mentioned, we were 3.5 million over budget for the third quarter. We had budgeted 57% below 1920 revenue, but ended up only 4% below. Again, as we've seen, the sales tax revenue has been strong with online sales and, of course, with the economy opening and the increased business activity throughout the city. And our month-to-month tracking, we had 8.8 million total budget for the year. We're at 16.6. We're 10.6 million over budget through March. And so we're almost double our budgeted revenue as of March. And we're tracking basically equal to revenue that we received, sales tax revenue in 18-19 and 19-20. So in projecting fourth quarter, we're conservatively estimating 90% of fiscal year 18-19 sales tax revenue, which would generate an additional 2.8 million. And again, shown in yellow is our projections. We're estimating we'll be close to 22.3 million total sales tax revenue and 13.4 million over budget. When we looked at expenditures, which is the other side of this analysis, as a reminder, we adopted a general fund budget of 113.5 million. And as of end of March, 9 months, we're at 80.3 million, which is 70.8% of budget, which is below where we would expect to be, which is 75%. And as compared to the fiscal year before, we're well below the expenditures from the year before, tracking 13 million less. And I did want to point out and noted in the staff report, we are benefiting from the American Rescue Plan Act. The city will be receiving 11.19 million in 2 payments, with the first payment sometime in May and then the second payment a year later. That stimulus is intended to replace lost revenue. There's a few other purposes for which it can be used, but I wanted to highlight the direct impacts of the COVID pandemic on the Palm Springs economy. When you compare 18-19 general fund revenue, excluding transfers in, we had 140.1 million in 18-19 and 112.4 in 19-20. So we had a direct loss of 27.7 million. This 11.19 million will help make up for that lost revenue. So in summary, counting the third quarter additional revenue and our projections through the end of the year, we're also projecting some increases above budget for fees and charges, for property taxes, and then again with TOT and sales taxes, the total of all that is a 14.6 million, plus our first payment from the American Rescue Plan. And so we're recommending that you amend the budget to increase revenue by the 20.2 million. And then just quickly with Measure J sales tax, again, that's being strong as it has been throughout the year. We budgeted 60% below 19-20 revenue, but we were basically equal with that. And we had budgeted 6 million for the year, and we're at double that as of March with 7.7 million above budget. And in making some projections, because we're at 200% of budgeted revenue, slightly exceeding and equaling the same period the 2 years before, we're projecting 95% of 18-19 Measure J revenue, or 2.3 million over budget. And this would show you your projections through the end of the year with 10 million over budget for Measure J. So our recommendations, as outlined in the staff report, is to amend the budget to increase the general fund revenues by that 20.2 million projected through the end of the year. And because we have eliminated the deficit projected for the 2021 fiscal year, one of the measures to eliminate that deficit was to budget a transfer in from Measure J to the general fund of 2.8 million. Because that's no longer necessary, and at the Measure J Commission's recommendation to you, we're recommending that that be canceled. And again, we're going to amend the budget to increase Measure J revenues for third and fourth quarters by another 5 million. And as outlined in the staff report, we're recommending additional expenditures of 7.8 million for several purposes. But I do want to point out here, you may want to consider increasing that by 200,000. One of the measures we implemented in the revised budgets for 19-20 and 2021 was to reduce the appropriations for our homeless programs. One of the important programs that's funded through that is the CV Housing First program by CVAG. So our pledge to CVAG for that program, it's $100,000 a year, has not been paid for the 1920 and 2021 fiscal years, and so we may consider making that appropriation here and increasing that to $8 million. And finally, we think it's a top priority to fund the vacant positions that are vacant due to the reduction in force that was implemented as part of the budget saving measures last fiscal year. And that would be these positions here. It's actually 17 3/4 full-time equivalent positions. But with your action tonight, with your approval, we can start the process with the Human Resources Department to onboard all of those employees that are willing, ready, and able to return to work here at the City of Palm Springs. So Mayor Pro Tem and Council, that completes our report on the update, and we're happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Councilmember Course.
Thank you, and thank you for the staff report, and it's good to have good news. So that was great to see. Two questions. So one, Marcus, you mentioned the reduction in force due to layoffs. So those positions would be, and your recommendations would be reestablished specifically for those people. Is that correct?
That's correct. So our personnel rules require that those employees be the first priority to return to those positions if they're available and willing to return.
Okay. If they're not, or not interested in having their jobs back, would we still go ahead and fill those positions, or would we look at those compared to possible other positions?
I would suggest that the city manager be given the discretion. So if for some reason the employee that was laid off accepted and it has employment somewhere else, that position could remain vacant and allow for the city manager to assess with the department director whether that position should be filled in the capacity of what.
Okay. Thanks. That makes sense to me. And then the $200,000 that we owe to CVAG for the Housing First, I support. So the golf fund of $1 million, is that just money we owe to that fund, or is that for something new and different?
That's a typical subsidy. So the golf fund as an enterprise fund is not self-sustaining, and generally the operations of the golf course pre-COVID was sustained by the revenue, and it's really the debt service on the remaining debt, which is about $1 million a year, that isn't covered by the revenues from the golf course. Now with COVID, it's been made worse, and so the subsidy increased, but that's that normal transfer that comes from the general fund to the golf fund to ensure the enterprise fund is whole.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That makes sense. That's all I have.
Okay. Other questions or comments for Jeff?
I do.
I think I saw Councilmember Wood's hand go up first this time.
Thank you very much. What strikes me most is that, we reduced our budget by, I think it was around $44 million. Is that correct, to balance it after COVID?
That's correct.
The onset of COVID, and that we still had a loss of $27 million from our previous year.
When you compare 1920 to 1819, yes.
Yeah. So what we did is we reduced the budget. We took a very conservative approach depending on what would happen with COVID. We actually had more revenue than we anticipated from various sources. So we're still, we did better than what we projected, but we're still $27 million less than the previous year. Can you talk to me a little bit about what we're doing about reserves? I think that Mayor Pro Tem at one time said anything extra we'd get 50% would go into reserves, and I'm not sure what's happening with that. And also a follow-up question to that is, what are we doing with CBEP and the iHub on this proposal?
So we'll get into that on the next item, but the general fund balance is actually part of the next discussion also. But yes, we've been in the past updates sending the additional revenue to general fund reserve, except for the specific additional appropriations that you approved at those times. And it didn't reach the 50% threshold. We were well below that, so we were sending more to reserves. And what you'll see in the proposed budget item in the next discussion is that your general fund reserves are well above your target of 10 to 20%.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Garner?
In terms of the positions that to come back, I'm still a little bit unsure about all of that. I mean, so I guess my concern is that we've talked before about the different positions in our city and what makes sense to have and not to have. And so are we going to bring anyone back and then find out that, oh, this is the position that we don't actually need anymore, it doesn't serve our city anymore, and then that person is out of a position again? I'm just very confused about how this is all working when we're bringing people back and then could potentially dismiss that position.
Well, our position on this is that these positions were laid off for fiscal reasons. And so at this point, because of the change in our fiscal status, we're recommending to reverse that decision. Certainly, if we've adapted to operations without that position, the director of that department can assess how to best fit that employee or adapt that employee's services in a way that makes the best sense. But we really would recommend that you bring back these 18 that were laid off for the fiscal reasons rather than any other reason.
Okay, so the idea is that anyone that came back, even if we decided that that particular position was no longer needed, assuming the employee was a good employee, which I'm sure they all are, then we would move them to a different role within the city.
That could be one option, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I congratulate staff and for what they brought forward. I think this is appropriate steps. We are almost 10 months into the fiscal year, so even unfreezing these positions, we're going to be talking about folks that had been laid off. It will be very getting them back on payroll very quickly is still going to get us almost to the very end of the fiscal year before they would be coming back on. I must say I'm absolutely thrilled with what we've been able to accomplish in terms of increasing our reserves during the COVID year. I know there's a whole lot of speculation as to whether or not we're out of the woods yet, and whether or not there will be another wave of COVID and further restrictions. We all hope there will not be, but I think this is a appropriate and budget revision at this time, and sets us up in a good place to begin to deal with the next item on our agenda for this evening, which I take to only be a preliminary budget. So if there's a motion to approve in a second, and I'll be happy to make the motion to approve this one.
Sure, I'll second.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify, so we'll actually be, you will be approving an additional appropriation of $8 million and authorizing us to make those 2 payments to CVAG for the CV Housing First program?
Yes, correct.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Corse.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
With that, that takes us to the companion item, which is 5B, a preliminary overview of fiscal year 21-22. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council. As I mentioned, this is the preliminary general fund budget review for the next fiscal year 21-22 cycle. The staff report goes into a lot of detail on how we projected the various sources of general fund tax revenue. But this is the summary, and we just wanted to highlight we're projecting just under $127 million in revenue, which is 2.1 below estimated 2021 revenue, but is for reflecting above 1920 revenue by, I think, 5.8%. As far as the expenditure side, we've developed a general fund budget of $126.5 million, and that is generating a slight surplus of $400,000 and change. And our expenditures are tracking 5.8% above 18-19. You know, some of that increased expenditure is due to contractually obligated costs in salaries and benefits and utility cost increases and the like. So it's traditional to see general fund expenditures increasing by several percent just by that natural inflation. Included in that budget, and this is where we'll have the meat of our discussion tonight, is $6.8 million in different line item appropriations that were detailed in your staff report to account for actual costs plus annual increases and replace funding that was eliminated in the 1920 and 2021 budget cycle. I did note several of those that we're identifying as mandatory because they're previously approved contracts with COLAs, and the like. So the first one, and I'll pause after each one to have some discussion by council and get direction. But the first one was to replace or restore the funding for legislative analyst or some sort of administrative support to the city council. That was funding in the amount of $40,000. Other options could be direction to give us funding or to add or unfreeze the other executive administrative assistant. So there's several options here for your discussion. So I'll pause there and perhaps get some consensus on this item.
Councilmember Garner, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we are both. In terms of the position you just had up with the legislative, this is one where I think if we had the ability to fund interns, with that money, that would be great. I'm not totally clear on what if a legislative analyst would do, and if somebody has more information on what that would look like, I'd appreciate it. Because right now I'm leaning more towards the idea of having interns that we can then start to have a stream of folks who will work at our city who are from here.
Yeah, so I was going to raise that. So we looked at sort of adding maybe a graduate student, as a legislative analyst. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and I interviewed some, and just the timing, how much time they had available, and it just wasn't working. So I actually like the idea of, using funding for interns because it's a lot more flexible and great experience for students here, or people who recently, in college here. And I think I like that idea a lot. I also would add that I think one of the things that I've learned through the California Mayor's Coalition, a lot of the cities, especially the smaller cities, use firms that do lobbying and grant, focus on grants. There are some that do both. And, you know, we sort of do our own lobbying, and, you know, that's been successful because, you know, we've built relationships with our legislators and others. But really having someone who's monitoring the legislation and, you know, focusing on both, you know, the state now that there are federal earmark community projects, you know, the state legislators have that ability to add things in the budget as well. And so I'd like to see us really think about whether we want to bring on, you know, a firm who does this for other cities to provide that benefit for us, sort of in the legislation side, you know, in state budget and grants. So I just want to raise that as we talk about a legislative analyst. I think that's something we don't do, and it might be just good to do an RFP and get a sense what that might cost and what we would get out of it as we look at the budget.
Councilmember Woods, do you want to comment on?
I'm just not sure what $40,000 is going to get us. You know, either we go to a private firm or we do interns. I'm just, you know, I'm not sure that is a, you know, it's not going to, especially with a private firm, it's not going to get us a whole lot. And I think the budget item that was presented to us was $40,000.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking it would need to be more if we're going to do a firm, and $40,000 would maybe make sense for for interns who are going to be part-time, right, while they're in school usually, I think.
And an administrative assistant would be an employee, which would probably be more as well, who could be dedicated to it, you know, to particular tasks such as legislation. And I'm just wondering what that cost might be.
Right. So when we had that position before, Marcus, you know, given these are in theory not full-time jobs, and so you know, having someone who could really do a lot of the constituent services, which we did have for a short period of time, I think would be definitely worth having that number in the budget moving forward, so we can discuss if we want to include that.
Yeah, so I think I'm hearing consensus that there is a need for additional support, whether it's a lobbying firm in addition to budget for intern, or even funding the vacant executive assistant that was doing constituent services. So we'll bring that back for discussion at the next meeting and have some ideas for you on some of those costs. But admittedly, the $40,000 was the prior line item appropriation for this, and it would need to increase if we really wanted to expand the council support for those areas.
I think that would be appropriate. I know personally I'm not ready to identify that it should be an intern or an admin or some help on lobbying. I think some organizations, as Councilmember Corr said, many cities have been able to get far more grant funding because they have professionals that are very experienced in working with that. So it's something I would like us to look at. When I think of the conversations I've had with my colleagues on council over the last few years, it almost always comes back to trying to stay on top of the emails and the phone calls and being able to be responding to the people in our community that are trying to reach out to us and almost inevitably are trying to reach out to us in those days that lead up to a city council meeting. So if there's help I'm looking for, it's help that will allow us to make sure we are fully engaging with our community and have time to make sure we're getting the emails, the phone calls responded to in a prompt manner. And so I'll stop there, or I'll get 10 more emails before I finish the sentence.
So moving on, the next one really is a mandatory item. It's a big chunk of change, but we knew that when we signed on for the new ERP software system and the new telephone system. So we really would recommend your approval to continue having that additional line item appropriation for that purpose. We're going to talk about this at the end, but one of the additional items in the budget is for new software and rental compliance operations of $266,000, and we have a mechanism for covering that cost. Human Resources Department, many departments had cut to the bone and really stretched thin this last fiscal year. So Human Resources has some training and recruitment expenses of another $32,000. And we would recommend your approval of that, although, as I noted, it's not mandatory. What is mandatory, and this is not a reflection of just our in-house attorney, but outside legal expenses, we typically exceed by the end of the year the amount that's in the line item appropriation. And so we would recommend that be increased to $1 million a year to cover what has been the trend in our in-house and outside expert legal consulting costs. Another mandatory is non-departmental. This is a catch-all line item appropriation for vacation sick time conversion. This is a good thing in that it draws down your accrued liability for leave balances. And again, we're including another $728,000 to account for the typical annual payouts that are contractually required, and we often don't have the actual amount budgeted appropriately in that account. Where I will pause for your discussion is the Community and Economic Development Department. There was significant funding eliminated from that department, and that was for our business assistance program, consulting services like Buxton and others that help with our economic development initiatives, and then restoring the funding for the iHub and CVEP, which you did restore this current fiscal year. But we would seek your direction tonight, and I'll pause here on what you want to do in terms of these, any of those elements of the Economic Development Department funding.
If you want.
Councilmember Coors.
Sure. So, I know we talked last year also about some other positions that are needed, in that department. But can you go through sort of what is in the 500 in business assistance? What makes up that number?
Yeah, Mr. Virata's coming, and we do have a path forward for some of those other positions, and are proceeding with the housing administrator position. But Mr. Virata?
Yes, Councilman Coors, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. It was actually a result of the Business Retention Committee that there were efforts to increase the amount of business assistance in the community. And so it was recommended adding these dollars into the budget. I think one of the other programs was to work with the business associations to help them create events and draw more people into the city to help stimulate the economy that way. So it's kind of multi-pronged, assisting, one being a business assistance program, probably similar to what we're doing now for the COVID relief, and the other helping to create events with with the existing business associations and merchants.
Probably just as we move through the budget, just fleshing that out a little more, I think would be helpful. I think, because obviously bringing people here, we fund our Bureau of Tourism at $2 million and PS Resorts and others. So I know this is a little different, but I think fleshing that out for council and the public would be helpful. And on the Buxton, it would be good to get a sense if that had any real impact, and how many businesses really use that. Again, I don't need that now, but just as we move forward with the budget, I know this is sort of a first look. really figure out what's the best way to maximize our economic and community development dollars as we move through this.
Councilman, I would add, I believe also at the business retention meetings, we were requested to look into pursuing some of these tax increment financing structures that help finance infrastructure, economic development, and affordable housing. So a portion of those funds would sort of be the seed money for something like that.
Great. That would be terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Any other comments? Councilmember Woods.
I would agree with Councilmember Coors that on the business assistance program, I think we need to really talk about outcomes and have some sort of tracking mechanism if it's actually working. If we're spending several $100,000, what is the return on that investment, so to say? And are we seeing some fruition to our efforts? I do have a question on housing. I understand we've hired, and I'm unclear, a housing consultant. Can you help me understand where they fit into this?
Yes, Councilmember Woods. We really do not have a dedicated housing staff person in the department at this point in time. So as we were looking at the restructuring last year, the concept of bringing on a housing consultant had also come up, and we proceeded with that. And this firm will be able to provide work and activity and assistance in a number of different areas, from homelessness and affordable housing. So we have a good resource coming on board that would help us plan as we're talking about inclusionary housing, housing element, and the overall picture for affordable housing.
Great. Well, I look forward to working with them, especially as we're talking about what we want to do for affordable housing. We had this discussion before about iHub and CVAP, and I know that Councilmember Garner is represented to that, but I, at this point, see no value in them. And we were supposed to get a report. That was a year and a half ago. We've seen nothing from them. I don't understand their value.
Council members, yes, that was an item that actually, again, with the budget cutbacks, was debated a bit amongst the council, and the council opted to continue funding for this period of time. We do have a lease in one of their buildings that will be expiring at the end of this fiscal year, and another lease in another of their buildings that terminates in 2023, but has 2 5-year options. So, there are some, there's some work to be done with them, and we are, they've requested actually a meeting to plan out the future and what will happen. So if there is advice and guidance, I'm sure we would all appreciate it.
Well, before funding, I would like to have more information on that, to really know how they're helping us and what they're doing for us.
I see Councilmember Garner.
Yeah, on that, I agree with Dennis and just wanting to get that information. I do attend the CVEP meetings, and we had one this week, but I will say that the meetings are very general. And so it's really hard to say from those meetings what the direct benefit is to Palm Springs specifically. And I do think that would be helpful information for us to know about. Because I think any information that I could give you right now about our meetings would just be valley-wide. And even then, I couldn't tell you which cities are doing better with it or anything.
We've had this question come up multiple years, and it strikes me that this is a good time with a new city manager to sit down with CVEP and really have heart-to-heart conversation leading up to making a decision as we move forward with the 21-22 budget. What direction do we want to go?
Okay, we'll take that direction and we'll see if we can arrange Joe Wallace to at least be available at the next discussion on this budget.
If I could interrupt and just say, I think it's more than a presentation by Joe Wallace. I think it's a staff analysis of what's really the benefit that they're providing to the city. Not Joe Wallace talking to us. We had that happen once before, and I don't think it led to a lot of it. Love Joe. I think he's great. But I think we really need to know the nuts and bolts of it, and I think that needs to come from staff.
Understood.
I think we need. I agree.
Okay.
Moving forward.
Moving forward, so we can get through this. The next two items are mandatory items. They align with the increased budget recommended by the operator of our Convention Center and Visitors Information Center and Bureau of Tourism. And that would restore the budget for the Visitors Information Center to be reopened and fully staffed, as well as our Bureau of Tourism. You saw the presentation for the new alignment of the marketing of our Bureau of Tourism with the greater CVB, and that would increase the budget accordingly. We would recommend that those additional budgets be included. And then I'll pause here again for your consideration of whether or not to restore funding for two items. Our parades, we've typically budgeted almost $300,000, and this is in addition to the PS Resorts funding, but funding for in-kind services, our staff overtime, traffic control. There's a lot of costs incurred by the city in these various parades and events beyond the sponsorships. And then, of course, the other contributions, the grants, that you are familiar with of $450,000. So the combine of that of $750 is included in the budget, but I'll pause here for some direction from council.
Councilmember Garner.
For these, I think the special events, the community events, I think this is something that we should continue to fund, especially in this next year when we'll actually be able to have them. I think the community will really be looking forward to them, and they do look forward to them every year. It's a good way to connect with people and do something nice for everyone. So I'm very much in support of continuing to have those costs.
Councilmember Coors.
Can you, Marcus, can you put up that list you had? So, you know, on the parades and festivals, just events in kind, and are the contributions you're talking about nonprofit contributions, like that?
Yeah, so this was the pot of money for like the senior center, the Boys and Girls Club, the typical sponsorships that year to year the council in the past had granted of various amounts.
Right. And so let's take that one first then. So my recollection was we wanted to end that process and sort of do it as part of just the budget, an annual amount for sort of those key organizations that provide critical services. So we don't have 100 different organizations competing for money. So I would suggest we continue in that path. As far as all the other things, I agree with Councilmember Garner. But I do want to point out that, you know, we negotiated with PS Resorts that we can allocate $225,000 each year. I believe that's on the calendar year still. We didn't do that last year because there weren't events and they weren't getting money from TOT on the resort fee, which is how they get their funding. So I recommend that we use that money towards this as well. However we want to use it, right? I mean, Pride is normally between Pride and the Festival of Lights, we're probably $200,000 in the in-kind and costs. And the only other thing I'd mention is, now that things are getting better, to really think about, we've had good success some years, better some years, worse some years in funding, and having letters from council and follow-up calls for, to get grants and sponsorships for sometimes for Veterans Day or for Festival of Lights. So just, we should try and do that, but we should definitely budget the money for it, but still work to get, obviously, sponsorships for those to help defray some of those costs. But I just want to raise the 225 in TS Resort, so we just basically ask for that to cover these events instead of trying to do a whole bunch of one-offs on that. And I think there's some money we get from the Chamber from the STAR program, obviously, which has been on hold, but just a reminder on that for the rest of the council.
That's it. Other comments? Councilmember Woods.
We're being very optimistic that this money will come in and we'll be able to do all of this. And, we've been working on a rolling budget last year. I'd like to remain optimistic, but what happens if we don't hit this? Do we revisit it and then decide what to do? I just want to know the procedure.
That's right, Councilmember Woods. We would still employ the rolling budget model. We're still going to track month to month and quarter to quarter. And ensure that we're living within our means. And then if we have to contract, we contract. And we'd have to identify at that time some of the discretionary items you're considering even tonight to pull back on.
Great, thank you.
All right. Other questions, other comments? All right.
Okay, great. So moving on, the next one is really another mandatory increase in expenditures, and that's related to our title sponsorship of the film festival of $350,000. We have a multi-year contract for that sponsorship. Given that the event was canceled this last year, this funding wasn't required. And there's another element to the contract that relates to convention center fees. I'm still trying to resolve the details on this. It's essentially waiver of commissions that would otherwise be charged to a vendor, to an event. And so that total is $450,000, and that's been added into the budget. The following item, again, is another mandatory one. We need to increase our budget to account for utility cost increases with Edison, Desert Water Agency, and we've also included the additional costs to restore for palm tree trimming, which you did for this last fiscal year, as well as returning to weekly landscape maintenance at our parks and city facilities. And that all it adds up quickly to almost $1 million. And then we're recommending that we restore funding for operations for the recreation division so that they have the ability to, when it's safe to, restart their summer, winter, and spring camps. Most of that cost is for temporary staffing, which is in part funded with the fees that are charged for those camps. And then again, with the tennis center, restoring funding for maintenance and improvements. And for the skate park, you heard some comments tonight. We proactively reached out to Action Park Alliance, our vendor of the skate park, to at least allow him to understand we would be discussing an option or a model. Currently, we have a contract for that operation. They staff and monitor the city's facility there. By the swim center, they monitor who comes and goes into the skate park. But that whole facility is limited to just skate park use. Staff can't run programs there. It's really been assigned to the skate park operator. Cynthia's here. She had an idea. She's always thinking outside the box, trying to come up with ways where we can provide more recreational programs and amenities to children and youth and to the public. One model is that we no longer have a skate park operator, but we ourselves operate the skate park, in addition to now opening the facility in front of the skate park as a teen center or similar center, being a facility that we could run some additional programs there for after school and weekend events. The cost of the skate park contract is about $100,000, and we can fund multiple part-time staff, additional staff, to monitor the skate park use, as well as running some additional programs. We could have a model where we have a separate contract that we maintain with skate park operator to the extent we found value in having some skate park clinics or some programs or events that they would have monthly or quarterly as part of a separate kind of contract. But I'll pause there just to gain some thoughts from council on this particular item.
Councilmember Garner.
I always have thoughts on the youth stuff. I love the idea of expanding the resource that we have there at the skate park. I mean, I remember when it was built and it was a really big deal, and it used to be packed all the time. And I know that it's changed over the years. And so I think it would be great to be able to really fully take advantage of the space. One thing, though, that we do have now with the current operator is that I know they bring in professionals, skateboarding professionals that come in and do demonstrations and other events like that. And I wouldn't want to completely lose that, because I think it's a great benefit. I know growing up here, that would have been the coolest thing ever. And at the time when it first was built, we didn't have that. So I don't want to lose that aspect of it, but I love the expansion overall.
Other comments? Councilmember Coors.
Yeah, so I agree with Councilmember Garner. I think that expansion can be really great. We want to maximize the opportunities for young people. So I wanted to add that. Going back to a couple things, I know you had mandatory going to parks maintenance on clearly janitorial service, weekly, increasing that is important. Are you finding that doing landscaping every other week instead of every week is having a significant negative impact? Marcus, I'm just sort of curious on that.
We've had some complaints about, from time to time, the condition of our parks, just the overgrown grass, and, so to the extent that we can get back to the regular maintenance schedule and really keep our parks as pristine as we can, that would help ensure that.
And then the only other comment I want to make on the tennis center, and I know our Parks and Rec director is really good at finding money and grants, but one of the things I heard from some cities on the Mayor's Coalition was folks who are getting money from both the U.S. Tennis Association and the Pickleball Association to improve their courts, increase the courts, build centers. So I don't know if we've been looking at that. I just wanted to raise it just to flag it as something we might want to look at. Thanks.
Okay. Other comments? All right. Marcus, I think you can move on.
Okay, thank you. Moving forward, again, we're looking to bring back funding for the various recreational programs at the Swim Center, the Community Center, Desert Highland Center, as well as at the libraries as we fully reopen here in the next fiscal year. And the animal shelter, as you know, you recently approved a new contract which increases the contract fee, and so this additional funding's been identified and included in the budget. The fire department, unfortunately the fire chief's not here, but the fire department has a request for an additional $310,000 for operations, contractual service and parts and supplies and training. That's been included. Planning services, again, we stripped to the bone where we could, so this is restoring some funding for some contractual services and other services related to historic preservation. Building and safety, this is really offset with plan check fees, so this just increases the budget. We're seeing continued increase in activity with building permits, and so we need the additional budget to pay our outside consultants where we need them. As well as for street maintenance, you've recently approved a new contract for roadside cleanup and transient camp cleanup and graffiti abatement, and so that additional funding is necessary for those multi-year contracts, as well as some additional funding for downtown maintenance in the railroad station. So all of that has been included in the draft general fund budget. What we didn't include was the $530,000 that was eliminated for homeless program, and the only reason for that was just to have a discussion tonight about whether that was going to come from other sources outside the general fund, or you wanted to maintain that funding and add it back into the budget so that we could leverage it as we were with Desert Healthcare District funding for various homeless programs. So at that, I will pause here.
Comments from anyone? Councilmember Coors.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should have a discussion with the healthcare district and CVAG and the county on what that might look like. And a little more specific, whether the crisis teams, were still working at the way they needed to be. I mean, now they're sort of spreading them out a little more and have added some in the valley. So I just think it would be helpful to get some more specifics on that, and probably, have meetings, with the other folks who fund this to figure out how to best maximize results and outcomes. So
I'll jump in that with all the conversation we've had over the last many meetings on the homelessness situation in our city, when we start to look at the budget for next year, I don't think there's any question that we're going to need to spend more money to address the problems that we have in our city. I'm not prepared at this point to be able to identify what are the programs that should be funded, but we have a major issue in our downtown and south downtown area that is not going to go away without us providing additional funding in programs that have a chance of working. And I did hear Marcus say my two favorite words in the course of that conversation: street repairs. We have made tremendous progress in the last few years, but we're sitting with right now completing work on streets that have a PCI score of 54 and 55. Those are failing grades, and we still have a large number of streets between 55 and 70 before we would get back to being able to address what our satisfactory streets are. Other questions, comments?
Yes, please. One more, which is just to raise one thing to be considered. I know on our communications efforts, I know I think contract recently funding expired for. I think we have one other consultant doing some work with us. But that's been sort of a priority from, I think, our 2016 strategic plan. And so to really evaluate our communications efforts and whether we're adequately funded and staffed in that area, especially, and some folks on that. So just to ask staff to look into that and bring us back some recommendations.
Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. One of the things that we approved was we looked at streamlining our development processing. So in planning services, one of the things that I didn't see come up that I'm concerned about was we talked about having a staff member that had specialization in architecture and urban planning so that they could do a preliminary review, maybe with a couple other staff members, to really start vetting these things out early in the process. And I didn't see anything for funding that position.
Councilmember Woods, I have good news for you. So we currently have, I believe, a funded but vacant planning position. So the idea there was to proceed to fill that position with that specialized experience that you're looking for that new streamlined process.
I believe that was a planning technician, and it would probably need to be a different grade than a planning technician. That was my concern.
Yeah, the vacant position is a principal planner, so it's a high-level position.
Okay, great, thank you.
So with that, what we'll do is we'll include some funding for the homeless program. We'll have to work out the details, obviously, as we move into the next fiscal year. But moving on, because I'm not quite finished with the presentation, we did talk about this in the last item, so we will make those payments from the last 2 fiscal years. And obviously, for the next fiscal year, a part of that homeless program funding will go to the CV Housing First program for the next fiscal year. Moving to personnel expenditures, as I mentioned, the draft budget does include the COLAs that were deferred voluntarily and generously by the various employee associations. Those will be implemented here at the very end of this current fiscal year. The Firefighters Association, Fire Management Association, the Public Employees Association, Management Association, and unrepresented. Those salary increases have already been implemented into the draft general fund budget. And with your action you took just prior to this item, the draft budget does include the $2.2 million cost of funding those 18 vacant positions. And on top of that, there's 7 positions we'd recommend and have included in the budget. These are vacant, unfunded, or frozen positions, and one is a plans examiner in the Building and Safety Department. Again, this is to try to be more business friendly and really build up the complement of in-house staff to be able to do plan checks at the counter, replan checks, and really reduce the time that's required to get people to a point of having a building permit. As we reopen City Hall in the not too distant future, there is a need in the Finance Department for a full-time cashier. That was a position that was left vacant and unfunded, as well as an administrative assistant for the Finance Department to help Nancy with her administrative support, which she's been lacking. We really recommend funding the Assistant Director of IT. That was a position that was left vacant. This would help provide more capacity for your Deputy City Manager, so he's not having to run Zoom meetings and minister to the day-to-day operations of the IT department. As well as for the library to fully reopen a part-time library assistant. And in the recreation department, the literacy coordinator, Cynthia actually is recommending not replacing that existing position, but replacing it with two part-time recreation program assistants. She's really doing a great job of building up the recreation program with these assistants that can be cross-trained and experienced to really deploy the various programs, including the literacy programs. And then there's another part-time recreation program assistant position in that department. So we really wanted to build back up our recreation and library programs. CalPERS pension and OPEB costs, the staff report goes into a lot of detail on this. Just from a high level, our unfunded liability increased $7.1 million to $170.8 million. That's an actuarial basis from the 18-19 year. The budget does include our 21-22 annual pension cost of $20.5 million. And then as well as our other post-employment benefits, which is your medical retiree insurance program, which has been sunsetted and ended. for new entrants several years ago, but the good news is that the unfunded liability decreased over $10 million, and that was due to the reduction in medical insurance premiums. But that unfunded liability is at $139.5 million, and your annual OPEB cost for the next fiscal year is in the budget at $4.2 million. And pursuant to your policy direction to us, the $6 million contribution is in the budget to the CalPERS Reserve Fund, as well as, we haven't really been focusing on it, but the Airport Fund also contributes to its own CalPERS Reserve Fund because there's an unfunded pension liability accruing to the employees funded out of the Airport Fund, and that their budget will include $750,000. And I wanted to highlight the CalPERS Reserve Fund. So the council several years ago had the foresight to establish this reserve to ensure we had the ability to pay the significantly increasing costs of not just our pension costs, but our OPEB costs. And so you started that in the fiscal year 17-18, and the airport did as well. 18-19, it had additional contributions. 19-20, 2021, and then in the 21-22 year, you can see the amounts being added. So by the time we get to June 30th of 2022, you'll see the totals there in the CalPERS Reserve Fund. And as I noted, we're at the point where we have accumulated a modest amount that would warrant us evaluating alternatives for investing that money to make the best use of it, because it's currently it's not invested in any kind of high risk. It's a very low risk and not making any interest really on it. Where I will have some discussion tonight, and this is really coming to the end of our discussion, as I've outlined in the staff report, our Department of Special Programs is serving an important function for us in administering two growing and bigger programs related to vacation rentals and the cannabis operations. As far as vacation rentals, the current annual permit fee is $944. It was established to basically fund the Vacation Rental Administrative Program based on a $1.7 million budget, and at a time when we had fewer vacation rental units. We currently are over 2,100 vacation rental properties, and with that comes more administrative processes and oversight and code enforcement to ensure that we have the robust program that has really worked well and shown communities that, you know, cities can have a vacation rental program that is successful for both property owners living next to them as well as the owners of the units themselves. We established and reviewed the needs of that department for administering that program and are recommending for that part of the Department of Special Programs a budget of just over $2.5 million. And to fully fund that administrative program and dividing that cost by the current number of permits, that would establish an increased fee of $1,189. Included in that budget is a recommendation for 4 new code compliance officers and 2 vehicles, and this would really help us have the complement of staff to be responsive to hotline calls, as well as being proactive in investigations and just ensuring that, again, that we're the model for the communities that have a vacation rental program. Additionally, they are responsible for the cannabis operations administrative program. The current initial fee for a cannabis operations application is $4,092. However, a renewal fee is only $1,000. Those fees were really just covering the costs related to the processing and issuing of those permits, and not necessarily the entire cost of the administrative program. As we've had more and more cannabis operations permitted, it's amazing, but we're up to 67 operational cannabis permits, And so again, with vacation rentals as the example, with the increasing number of cannabis operations comes the increasing demands on our staff to administer to those operations. And so we're recommending and evaluated a budget for that side of the department of $735,000. Included in that is 2 additional code compliance officers. We've never really developed into these permit fees a mechanism for the administration of this program to ensure we had the abilities to monitor, investigate, and be proactive on issues relating to cannabis operations with dedicated code enforcement staff, and believe we're at the point where we would need to have that to, again, have the robust program that makes our cannabis operations successful in Palm Springs. Just to cover the cost of the 2 new code officers and a shared vehicle, would establish a new fee of $4,325 divided by the 67 current permitted operations. However, if we wanted to recover the whole program, that would require the fee to be raised to $10,984. Now, I thought that was a significant fee increase, but when comparing it to some of our sister cities here, it's not entirely outside of the realm of comparables, and including Santa Ana, which seems to have the most robust program. You can see their fee is $16,782. We would at least suggest to you to increase the permit fee to the $4,325 to be able to recover the costs for those new officers and the shared vehicle. The schedule for your consideration, it was wrong in the staff report, I apologize, but tonight you're having the preliminary general fund budget. Based on your direction, we'll return at your next meeting for another discussion. And then the meeting after that will be the entire comprehensive draft budget for a final review and discussion. And then hopefully at your June 10th meeting, we'll have the public hearing and a consideration of the adoption, and if necessary, that can be continued to June 24th. And as you know, we do have a requirement to pass a budget before the end of the fiscal year. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, that completes our report, and we're happy to take additional questions.
Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I'm just concerned about the additional code enforcement officers. From what in regards to vacation rentals first, we are getting a lot of calls for complaints about vacation rentals. And part of that, right, is that we have this huge increase in vacation rentals in the city. But what our vacation rental team is telling us is that of all of the calls that they receive, only 13% are actually actionable. And so we're spending a lot of time sending code enforcement officers out to address issues. Obviously, sometimes maybe the officer gets there and the noise or the complaint is moot at that point. But there's other things, like we were told, Mayor Holstich and I were told at our last vacation rental meeting that they get calls regularly for kids swimming in the pool, right? People complain that there's kids playing. So I'm just very interested, before we move forward and fund a bunch more positions, really taking a look at what we are requiring in terms of enforcement, and whether or not there's things that, one, we shouldn't be sending code enforcement officers out to, and also just the number of vacation rentals we have and the density throughout our city, because this is, I mean, we almost have a 50% increase in vacation rentals in a very short amount of time. So do we need to place some sort of cap on it? Are there certain areas of town that are kind of inundated, which is why we're getting so many more complaints from there? Those types of things. So I'm just wanting to have that policy discussion before going ahead and funding. But in terms of the fee increases, I think regardless of whether or not we hire more staff, I support the fee increases because I think that that could come in beneficially to us just generally as we move forward. In terms of cannabis, my only question for staff on the increase is how that impacts our equity applicants. How do we, support them in that and just ensure that they're able to keep operating?
Yeah, Ms. Goathert's coming. Those equity applicants, she was great and successful in getting us another grant. Those fees are what would be covered. I mean, that's just one of the things that would be covered by those grants. Ms. Goathert?
So when we did apply for our grant this year, we did factor in future funding for renewals. So we will have the ability to continue to provide that. And the grant funding is yearly. So what we received, the nearly $900,000 is only for next fiscal year. So we can continue to apply if we continue to have a successful program.
Councilmember Coors.
Great. So just let me ask Councilmember Garner or Veronica, the 50% increase over a short period of time in number of permits, what that was based on, what period of time? Just so I understand where that came from. Because I know we were high in like 2017, 18, and then they dropped when we passed the new rules, and now they're going up again. But
yeah, Veronica would probably be better than me.
Okay.
We're just continuing to see a huge rise in the number of people interested in operating vacation rentals here in the city. The closures don't always catch up in real time, so that number may drop in the next few months as we continue to process them. So it's a constant balancing act of what's closing and what's opening.
Okay, but just a sense of where we were, like the last 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 years.
I don't
total numbers.
I don't have that here in front of me. I know we're at an all-time high right now, though.
But I can say, I'm sorry, Councilmember Coors, but I can say that the last fee was of $900, which was 2 years ago, was established on 1,900 permits. So we've increased 200 permits from a couple years ago.
Okay. And I know it's not necessarily tied to the budget, but also looking at, I think Councilmember Garner and I have both raised on vacation rentals, and maybe the liaisons work on this, but not allowing conversion to a vacation rental permit when there's been someone who's a longer term renter to lose the rental housing, because that's, I think, part of the concern here as well. I do agree, I think, in both programs, the cost of the program should be borne. We shouldn't be subsidizing those any more than we're not subsidizing development fees. And so, but yes, I think we should look at, one, how many people in code enforcement we need. I know there's been some discussion of whether code enforcement is appropriate in the police department or should be back with another department. So it'd be great to get some input on that. I did get a question from VRON on vacation rentals. Their understanding is the TOT audits are included in the fee, which they say is against our TOT ordinance. I didn't see that on the list, so I don't know if you know that, Marcus, but if there's an answer to that question, whether now or in the future, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I can answer that. So the original fee study for the vacation rental permit did include the cost of the staff related to the administration of the vacation rental program. We did reach out to Bruce, so he was aware of what we're proposing, and we did see that comment. The TOT ordinance itself relating to hotel TOT does talk about the fact that the TOT collection and auditing is covered by the tax, but that's not exclusive and wasn't exclusive to vacation rentals either. And considering the fact that there's 2,112 vacation rentals that need to be administered to and audited and TOT receipts collected, it's a little different comparison to the hotel TOT program.
Okay. I appreciate that. That's helpful. And I had one more thing that is flown out of my head. But if it comes back, I will let you know. Thank you.
Councilmember Woods.
Oh, I remember. So before I forget, didn't we have lower permit fees for like small condos and home shares? Is that factored in here, or did we not do that?
We have a lower fee for home shares because of the amount of processing is much less, and there's only 64, so the enforcement is also much less.
Okay. And we kept it the same for condos because enforcement was the same?
No, and the condos is the same fee as the regular vacation rental.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Councilmember Kors. No, I'm a little concerned about how we're subsidizing cannabis. It's only 5% of our budget, our overall budget, which, we looked at cannabis as being a way to diversify our economy and bring in more money, but yet we're collecting, $4,000 plus some change for something that's costing us almost $11,000 per facility. So that means we're subsidizing $7,000 of each facility before we're even looking. And I just don't get the math on that. It's not working for me. It's not what the goal was to diversify our economy. I just don't see subsidizing each cannabis facility, since we have so many of them, not only currently open, but coming on track, to subsidize them at $7,000 per facility. It seems outrageous to me. Sorry if I'm adding superlatives or whatever to it, but
agreed.
I just would like that reevaluated. It seems like we tried to not make the jump too much. It doesn't hurt our equity program people, but it just doesn't seem like it's something we really want to be doing. And we're not in step with our surrounding cities.
If I could jump in, I'm going to second the comments of Councilmember Woods, not because it's cannabis, although I still have my doubts that cannabis is going to produce the great financial windfalls that were predicted for it. But fees are supposed to cover the cost of delivering the service, period. It's not a revenue maker with fees. It's not supposed to be, but it is also not supposed to be a revenue loser. So if we've got a program we need that, such as these fees for cannabis, it needs to cover the costs of delivering the service that we identify as necessary. And I feel exactly the same way when it comes to vacation rentals and the fees that are appropriate for that. As to some of the broader policy questions around vacation rentals, that's a very big conversation for us. But if we're sitting at approximately 2,100 vacation rentals, and we're pretty close to where we were at the peak before we passed the significant vacation rental legislation that we passed a few years ago. It has been some time since we engaged that very long conversation. I would certainly welcome having it back on our agenda again, but I don't think that these numbers are out of line in terms of what we're seeing right now. But let's have the conversation. Councilmember Garner.
In terms of that conversation, Mayor Holston-Genera is a subcommittee, so I'm happy to move forward with working to make sure we have all of the different data and information that we need for that conversation to at least get us going. But I do think, yes, that we should all have it together so that we can have that full transparency and understanding of what's going on. And even though we've seen those ebbs and flows, it does seem that the current rush with vacation rentals is really impacting housing prices and ability for people to live in the city. And the properties are rented out at extremely high rates, and we're not seeing that really come back to us in the way that that we probably needed to. So I'll make sure to talk with Mayor Holstich more about that.
Great, thank you. Last thing I want to add is I'm really thrilled that we achieved the kind of CalPERS reserves that we've put together. That's been a long, difficult effort to get there. We're going to need it over the next decade as we deal with what is known colloquially as the Pepper curve. But I gave some ideas to the city manager over the last week or so, and I think it is appropriate for us to take a really good hard look at what's the best way to invest or pay forward our costs that are coming up on CalPERS. We've got some resources to do it. I wouldn't want to rush into that conversation, but it's one to give staff some time to study all of the options and come back to us. Are there other items?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, that concluded our discussion on the budget, and we'll bring back some additional information related to code and our recommendations there for your consideration at the next meeting.
All right. So that gets us through 5B. We now, we're sitting at 11 o'clock with 2 items left on our agenda. So we may make it before midnight tonight. The next item is a discussion of temporary outdoor entertainment. Do we have a staff report? Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, let me go ahead and begin giving you a little bit of background on outdoor entertainment. First of all, outdoor entertainment is an established use in our zoning code. It's permitted in certain commercial districts upon approval of a land use permit. It's been around at least for 20 years if you look at the age of some of our land use permits for outdoor entertainment. Earlier this year, in response to COVID restrictions related to indoor uses, we established a special program to allow the issuance of temporary outdoor entertainment permits. Let me just talk briefly about the differences between the temporary land use permit and the standard land use permit for outdoor entertainment. In terms of the application cost for the temporary outdoor entertainment permit, that cost is waived, which we did under the direction of City Council. A standard land use permit would be approximately $1,500. Relative to the term for the temporary outdoor entertainment permit, what we have done is we have made those concurrent with the allowance for temporary outdoor dining. This is tentatively scheduled to sunset on June 30th unless otherwise extended by the City Council. Relative to a standard land use permit, those do not have a term limit. Noise is also one of the distinguishing features between the two. Under the temporary land use permit and at the direction of City Council, we exercise prosecutorial discretion in enforcing the noise ordinance. However, I do want to make it clear in the conditions of approval for the temporary outdoor permits, we do have language relative to how the speakers for the sound system are oriented. We do not allow subwoofers, which create the bass sound, which tends to be one of the more aggravating aspects of the amplified sound. And we do have limits on the time, etc. So there are some limits in the conditions of approval. However, we do not apply the standard decibel limits that are in the city's noise ordinance. With a standard land use permit, there is no exception to the city's noise ordinance. So again, that's one of the distinguishing features between the two. Relative to the approval process for the temporary and the standard permits, both of those are administrative approvals by staff. However, it has been the practice of staff for most of the standard land use permits to refer those to the Planning Commission so that there may be public comment and input in terms of those land use permits. So those are the differences between the temporary land use permit and the standard land use permit. In terms of the quantity of each, we've issued 3 of the temporary land use permits since the program was initiated in February of this year. We have 11 of the standard land use permits, which are currently in place. One of the things to understand about the land use permits is they can be modified by the director at any point in time if there are impacts or if there is a need to address any impacts. So whether it is a standard land use permit or a temporary land use permit, we do have the ability to go in and modify those conditions if there are concerns or issues. That concludes my staff report to you on the subject. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have and seek your direction in terms of how we should proceed with this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments for staff? Councilmember Coors.
I think this is sort of, as far as the temporary ones, I think is, businesses can be open inside. We probably should move back to the regular land use permits for these, the regular OUPs for noise. But I think we need to be looking broader at the noise issue had some complaints, obviously, from a hotel about outdoor music from someone who has a permanent one. And, they're very specific, right? If one restaurant has it, but the next restaurant is hearing it and it's overshadowing their regular music, that creates a problem for them. And so I just think we probably need to look at this in a broader sense as we're looking at our noise ordinance. But as far as, I think what we're looking right now is whether we want to keep these temporary ones going. I think we're getting to the point, I assume we're going to be moving, if we move to yellow soon, that we probably should go back to our regular process and then really schedule a discussion on our general noise ordinance. So those are my comments at this hour.
Is there anyone else that wants to jump in?
I will.
Go ahead.
I agree that I think it needs to be part of the larger conversation. I think it's great to keep allowing the temporary ones for now. I think it is beneficial, and it's a tough subject, right? Because for me, I love walking by and seeing the outdoor music, right? But I know that it can be distracting for the business next door. So there's just so many factors to keep in mind. But for now, I do want to continue to allow those businesses to take advantage of this until we're really more opened up.
Well, Councilmember Woods, you want to jump in? I certainly have some comments I want to give.
Yeah, I'm just a little, El Patron is an example we've gotten complaints about, and I've seen pictures of whatnot where it actually causes, it's on a very high trafficked corner. And I'm just curious if we want to maintain, a temporary land use permit for something like that we know is causing problems. We have the right to change that according to the director. For other ones that are currently outdoors due to COVID, and we may end up being for another year, I think we need to look at it in the broader sense. Because a year is quite a while. If Chill Bar and Eagle 501 is causing the hotel to lose business next door, it's something we really have to consider if that's truly what's happening or not.
I would like to see us move away from the temporary process as soon as we can. I think it's going to the Planning Commission gives an opportunity for all parties to weigh in. It becomes a public process. I'm certainly seeing a significant increase in the number of complaints that are coming to me regarding noise, and very significantly in the historic tennis club neighborhood that adjoins so many of these establishments, and frankly comes very close to all of the ones, or 2 out of the 3, that have these temporary permits. So for a number of my constituents, this is becoming a very serious issue, and I'd like to get it back to the Planning Commission and the regular process. I am hopeful that we will be able to move the sound indoors. All of that said, we've been talking for ages now about the need for a much broader review of our noise ordinance. I am sure when we get into that, we're going to have some points of agreement and probably some points of disagreement, but it's a conversation that we need to have, and it's one that we almost got started last year and then had to abandon because of COVID. I know for an extremely large number of individuals, getting a noise ordinance that addresses base notes is something that is quite desired, and it's my understanding now that there is a state of law and a state of art that allows us to effectively in code address those issues so that everyone knows what the playing field is going to be. And if from time to time I want to go to bed a little earlier than I think some people like to do so, Palm Springs is still always going to be a city that needs to be a place that people can enjoy themselves as well. And it's striking that balance correctly that's so important and sometimes so tough. Councilmember Coors.
Sure. So let me ask a question. So we sort of have the term of these listed here, the temporary ones, as concurrent with temporary outdoor dining. So does that mean they stay as long as extra outdoor dining is allowed, or is it until we're fully indoor dining?
It was intended to be for the term of outdoor dining. However, you as City Council can provide direction to staff if you wish that to end earlier.
I mean, and one option just to consider is once the emergency orders are over, the temporary LUPs would end, which seems to be a fair way to do it when people are fully allowed to be indoors at the bars and restaurants again. And that may be a good way forward. So I wanted to throw that out as an idea. I think that the one thing I really like about the temporary ones, and as we look at this more long-term, is the noise limit is discretionary, subject to conditions versus a decibel level. And I think the conditions are really different in each place, right? So if we have an issue that there's a hotel right next to a venue and it's keeping guests up, then we need to have lower noise levels than if it's somewhere else. So I think a one-size-fits-all on the noise. I like having some discretion. That's part of the bigger conversation, but it is something in the temporary LUP I think makes a lot of sense for us to be talking about in this. I love going down Palm Canyon and hearing the music, but I understand why some restaurants don't want to hear other people's music when they have their own house music. And it's a different establishment, right? But, there are things people can do to, right? I mean, as well as Teresa did spend a lot of money, but, they have outdoor music, but they put a lot of sound stuff there. So, and there's a lot more now that can probably be done to address that. So, again, I think it's a longer conversation, but my proposal is that we keep the temporaries until it's full indoor dining in bars with enforcement on the discretion. So if we're having issues, we need people to lower it if they want to keep their temporary LUP or even their permanent LUP.
I can support that. Councilmember Woods.
There's only 3 temporary LUPs, according to the staff report. El Patron, the American Legion, and Peace Hideaway. And quite frankly, the only complaint I've heard is El Patron. It's not so much the noise that it's causing, it's the congregation on the sidewalks that it's causing. Sometimes there's a ripple or a secondary effect that I think we need to look at too. But I do agree with the Mayor Pro Tem in that there's a real difference between a full band playing somewhere and the sound is going out everywhere, or you're blasting disco music, than there is a vocalist that you might have singing somewhere. So there's a lot of discretion that goes into this, and I'm not clear how we want to actually do this in the broader conversation. But I totally agree with comments that have been made. As part of being in Palm Springs is you feel like you're in a different place, like no other place. Isn't that our Palm Springs is like no place else. Like no place else. And thus music is part of that. But we don't want to be Pattaya either, where you're blasting your neighbor out of the venue. So, how do we meet this happy balance is not always going to be an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I can support the recommendation made by Councilmember Coors. I do want to just point out that with El Patron, part of it is that it's one of our best, newest restaurants. It's excellent food and drinks, and it's been really popular since it opened. And it does tend to flood out onto the street even before the music. So I guess my only concern there is we want to work with them and get it organized, but I also don't want to penalize them for being just a really cool spot and very, doing good business.
Well said. All right. We have a motion and a second.
Can you repeat the motion?
I think the motion is to continue the temporary LUPs until such time as bars and restaurants can be use 100% of their indoor space. And then those folks can apply for permanent ones if they want.
Mm-hmm.
Could I ask who was the second?
Was it you?
Councilmember Garner. You pointed.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
All right. We have moved on to item 5D, the review of wastewater financial plan and rate study. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'm going to forego the PowerPoint tonight, given the lateness of the hour, and I'm going to give the abbreviated version of this staff report since you have a comprehensive staff report for your reading pleasure. The takeaway from this is good news. The city last approved an increase to its sewer rates in 2012, which increased it to $20 a month for residential uses. And that increase was implemented by 2016, so it's been held constant since 2016. We intended for that rate to be able to accumulate fund balance to pay as you go for the capital projects that are necessary at the wastewater treatment plant and sewer collection system. As I noted in the staff report, we have accumulated a healthy fund balance of $72 million, but we have a complement of 14 different capital projects of $79 million that we would recommend you approve tonight so we can proceed with the final design and starting to move forward to deliver those projects. What was important for you to understand, as detailed in the staff report, is there's additional capital projects that will very likely be required to be implemented based on regulations imposed by the state to address how our treated effluent discharge to our percolation ponds might affect groundwater, and that's related to nitrogen and salts. We currently have no mechanisms at the plant to treat and reduce those contaminants, and so as I noted in the staff report, The life cycle cost of those treatment processes are $140 million, so it goes without saying, at the time that the state imposes those regulations on us, there will be a need to revisit our rates. Rates will have to go up as detailed in the staff report, as well as incurring debt to finance those costs. So a lot of this staff report was just to make the public aware of our concern for having to impose those regulations on us for the reasons stated in the staff report. But at this time, those projects are not included in the capital improvement program. The other good news is that we evaluated the flows into the treatment plant, and when we once thought we would have to plan for an expansion, that is no longer the case for various reasons. The flows into the plant, and we're not alone, other plants are seeing this, flows have decreased, and so we don't have to expand the plant in the future. And on that basis, we reviewed our sewer facility fees, which is a developer impact fee, and are recommending that you adopt a resolution tonight to drop those fees down significantly, which is an incentive to the development community. And I know that the Desert Valley Builders Association is happy whenever we can drop our developer fees. So I'd leave you with that tonight in recommending that you approve the capital rehabilitation repair plan, essentially our 5-year capital improvement program. I am asking for you to fund and unfreeze one of our senior civil engineer positions, which would be fully funded from the wastewater fund. So it's not an impact to the general fund. The basis there is that position will basically manage and help me deliver those 14 various capital projects over the next 5 years, and adopt the resolution that would drop the sewer facility fees down as detailed in the staff report. One of the other elements in this that was noted in the staff report is we still have pockets of residential areas that are on septic. It's very difficult given how assessment districts, which is the tool how these sewers were once financed in the past. So there's a creative way to establish a special sewer facility fee, as I've noted in the staff report. And again, those fees would only ever be levied against residents if those residents came to the city and said, yes, we understand what the cost is. We want to see the city extend sewers to our neighborhood. We understand what the fee will be, and then those fees would exist. And that requires establishing those as a new fee at a public hearing to be considered on May 27th. So in a snapshot, that summarizes the long staff report, but we're eager to move forward on all of these important projects, the most important of which will address, which has always been a concern, of reducing the odors at the treatment plant, which relate to the solids processing and dewatering, and that's a big chunk of the $79 million capital improvement program. So I'll leave it there with you, and I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Are there questions for Marcus? Councilmember Garner.
Just one. Marcus, is there any ability for us to offset some of this cost of the sewer line extensions as well?
You can always fund those sewer line extensions through general fund or Measure J. If they're funded out of the enterprise fund, there has to be a mechanism to at least attempt to recover those costs, paid out of the wastewater fund. But because those sewer extensions are significantly expensive, it's difficult to find that other source of funding, which is why those areas just remain on septic to this day.
Okay, thank you. I know that I know there's a lot more, but I know in District 1 there's some low-income areas that are on septic still, so it would be nice to be able to help with the cost of those. So just wanted to raise that as a possibility with, I don't know, when any grant funding or CDBG funding after we get new census information, something like that. for the future.
And knowing that, Councilmember Garner, we did identify completing that one phase in the Arnico tract with Measure J funds because it was a very small sewer extension. So that seemed fair since the other phases of that tract were funded with CDBG funds when that area was once in a low-income census tract. So we're hoping to be able to move forward with that project in that way.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Marcus, picking up on that, we've got, I'd like to find some time, if we can, in our agenda to really understand who's not on connected to the sewer lines and where all of those properties are, not only within the current city boundaries, but also both at the north end at Wendy Point and in the south end of our city, right along the county line. We have other properties as well. Certainly not at the south end distressed in terms of economic prospects, but not connected to the sewer line. And frankly, many individuals there who would like to be fully integrated into the city. And if we could take a look at what would be required, both north and south, I think that would be a positive thing. Are there other questions? Councilmember Woods.
Can I just get clarification? How do we charge? Do we charge by the unit? Do we charge by the amount of water that's used? How is it that we charge sewer rates?
Sewer rates are a fixed charge, and they're actually levied on your tax roll. So you don't get a bill like you would in a normal utility service. So it's based on a fixed charge. As I mentioned, it's $20 a month, so $240 a year for residential, single-family, multifamily properties. For commercial, industrial, it's calculated differently. It's based on fixture units, but you'll see it as a line item assessment on your property tax bill.
So a 5-bedroom house pays the same as a 1-bedroom condominium.
Currently, that's how it's charged, yes.
And why aren't we doing it historically, do you know why we haven't based it on like water usage?
Well, we don't deliver the water, so we don't have the water meter data. Agencies that do both do base it on water usage because they control the data and understand what the water usage is. But there is a nexus to how much a residential property, whether it's 2 or 3 bedrooms or 1 bedroom, I mean, most of the water use is coming from the restrooms and from the kitchen appliances, the laundry facilities. So there is a nexus to having like one equivalent dwelling unit being a residential use versus other types of uses.
And I just saw some commercials on TV from the Desert Water Agency talking about the wastewater treatment plant and don't put flushables down and don't put anything but toilet paper. Why is that being done by the Desert Water Agency? I'm just a little unclear.
I'm not sure why. I mean, they do ultimately get our effluent for recycled water treatment, but we've since already filtered all of those out. So I can check with Desert Water Agency on what their messaging is for.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Other comments? Is there a motion to approve? I'll make that motion. Second?
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Gardner.
Aye.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. So we've gotten to the last item on our agenda, City Council and City Manager requests for upcoming agenda item development. Comments from the City Manager or from any member of City Council? Councilmember Garner.
We have kind of a new layout for our tentative upcoming meetings, and it lists approximately how much time it should take to discuss each item. And I really appreciate this. I find it really helpful and to see kind of what's coming up at each of the meetings. So thank you to our new city manager for doing this. And then just wanted to let Councilmember Woods know that next time we decide to coordinate, we'll make sure to include you in our little club. But thank you all.
Councilmember Coors.
Thank you. So one thing I think, and I really agree with Councilmember Garner on the time here, I think is great. And if we're going to add things, what we're going to take off. And I don't know if I raised it earlier. I don't know if this needs to come to council or not, but we sort of laid out our goals for our HEAP funding and just getting an RFP out on that. And if we need more direction, it probably should come to council. And that's probably a sooner rather than later item. And if we're going to do that, and we do know we have two potential parcels where we could do something, the one on Ramon that has an airport issue and the one in Gina Autry that has an airport issue, doing ahead of putting out an RFP, doing what waivers we would need to do housing on those sites. So that's probably a question for the city manager as far as if we need to do this as an agenda item or is what we've done in the past enough direction for an RFP?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and Council. I think I could address a couple things there. Firstly, we are trying to take a longer outlook on this tentative upcoming meeting schedule. It's just important to note that we have not fully exhausted any solicitation from staff about other items that might be coming up that we've just neglected to consider. So you can see that really through June 10th, we're just about booked out. That also doesn't contemplate any rollover items, including things like what happened this evening when we took the Well in the Desert CUP and decided we also wanted to follow up on a conversation about kind of a new agreement, right? Let alone the HEAP funding as well, where something we haven't gotten to yet. So I do think we would probably want to agendize an item like that, if for no other reason, to make sure we're really clear on how we would approach an RFP, any priorities that we might capture, et cetera. So, and frankly, just over the course of the meeting, a couple emails from staff members came through identifying some other items, some of which might be on consent, but some of which could be on a regular business agenda. So what would be helpful is if you see any items that are less important, so to speak, that we might kind of bump those down. And then, of course, on your back page where we have future items, the opposite is also true, which is if you see items that really need to be addressed or escalated, start that conversation, at any one of these meetings so that we might move some things around, bump something off, put something on. Otherwise, I think our immediate challenge will be at least putting those two items, the HEAP funding and some sort of agreement for Well in the Desert for a possible relocation, most likely around the May 27th or June 10th, respectively.
Just one thing on that, Justin. I see that we have the CWA conversation continued to the next meeting, Community Workforce Agreement. I know Councilmember Woods and I met with the Trades Council this last week, and their comment to us was very much that if it takes longer, it takes longer. So that would be one thing, in my opinion, that could be pushed if needed, because there's not urgency on their end.
And I would just, if we need to do something on figuring out the RFP and the HEAP funding sooner, I know when we last talked on plastic styrofoam ordinance, we were talking about not implementing until we were sort of out of the COVID order. So I don't know if that could wait a meeting or two. I checked with Mayor Holstage on that, as she's sort of the lead. But there are a couple things on the long-term list that have my name on it that can come off. So one is discussion of pool common areas, use of HOAs by vacation rentals. That was tied to the emergency orders with renters renting in HOAs and vacation rental folks having big things at the pools and how to deal with that. So we don't need to do that. And review of the 1PS bylaws. I think that could really be a short one-pager on the issues of that all residents will be able to vote as full voting members regardless of whether they own property. That I think has gotten resolved, but it was probably just a short consent item with that from 1PS, and we could take both of those off as agenda items for things that have my name on them anyway. I think on campaign finance, that could wait a little bit, but we don't want to wait too long on that as well, if that's helpful.
If I could just pause, there are any objections to those, all that was discussed, removal of the couple items and a possible, pushing back of the plastics or even the CWA if we had urgency to address the HEAP funding or other topics?
Not from me,
Okay.
and I really, that the May meetings need to be heavily budget content.
Okay, that's helpful feedback. So we will continue to update this document. If there's nothing else to adjust for this evening, we'll proceed basically with this rough outline. We'll continue to add things at the staff level and check in with council at these meetings.
Great. Okay. And with that, I believe we can adjourn.
Yay.
Meeting Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Good job.
We will be back here again on May 6th at 5:30 p.m. Take care. Thank you.